You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. bad. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made bad. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made bad. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made bad. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made bad. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made bad. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. bad. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. made bad. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house.
All right then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the South Asia Elite Community Series for Rainbow Six Siege here at Frag Nation and, of course, alongside Ubisoft. Welcome everybody to this new and fantastic Rainbow Six Siege esports tournament. And folks, this is going to be a big one indeed, as I'm your host Blackjack. Joining me, of course, is my co-host Madness, and we are here for the first qualifiers of this, the first qualifiers and the first semifinals of this qualifiers. Madness, how are you feeling tonight?
I'm pretty good about it. It's two teams that I've seen before, honestly, coming into it. So it's not an exception that they will make it this far in this qualifier, right? But we do have quite a few steps that you're going to take to actually reach that ultimate tournament. This is one of the biggest prize pools you will be seeing in R6 in the recent histories right now, given that this is the new stage, the new operators out as well. But South Asia Elite Community Series is where you need to be if you want to be continuing in South Asian R6 right now. And I'm going to be pretty surprised how this goes down, because one of these guys was the finalist in the last Community Cup that we had. So I'm interested to see how they're going to match up against each other, because WSP WontStopPeeking is a team that I'm going to have my eye on this game.
Oh, absolutely. WontStopPeeking versus Blitzkrieg, for those who are, of course, interested in the teams that are playing tonight. And, of course, folks, they're not just playing for bragging rights. They're playing for a lot. So let's have a look at the first thing that we're going to be talking about. It is the prize pool of the entire Elite Series. As we transition over, it is a sizable prize pool indeed of 3 lakh INR in total, with the first place getting 1 lakh, second place 60,000, third place 40K, fourth place 30K, fifth and sixth 25 each, and 7th and 8th 10K. So all the way down to the 8th spot, everyone's getting a little chunk of this prize pool. Of course, that number 1 spot is what everyone will be shooting for. But of course, folks, it's not just money. It is the big tournament for South Asia as a whole, and we'll get to that in just a second. But mind you, these teams, all 4 that are playing in these semifinals, of course, they are playing for seeding in the playoff section of this tournament as well.
Yeah, that's a very good, important point, right? Because it's just seeding right now. They've technically already qualified for this point at this point, but seeds do matter. It's also about how you set up. But look at the tournament format, because you can see Qualifier 1, which we're in right now. The top 4 of them have already been decided, and the top 4 will be actually moving on, like Blackjack was saying. It's only seeding currently. And then Qualifier 2, which is going to begin on 28th September, is going to get you your other 4 teams in that series. So when you reach the semifinal there, you're going to have technically all your 8 teams there. And then the playoffs is between 6th to 19th of October, and that is exactly what happens. So basically, if you're top 4 in both qualifiers, you are guaranteed money in that playoff spot. But like you said, first place has that massive 1 lakh that all these teams will be fighting for.
And not just that, it is, of course, you can see in the little bit at the bottom of this graphic, folks, top 2 teams, that is the first place and second place in the playoffs, right? The winner and the runner-up will qualify for the Asia Cup qualifiers for all of Rainbow Six Siege in APAC. So there's a lot riding on this tournament as well, an official road to the APAC Cup, and from there on, who knows, maybe even something big like the Invitationals. Will it be, will it not be? We will see. But for now, we will get back to this particular qualifiers very early on, technically speaking, in the tournament's lifespan, as tonight's match, Blitzkrieg versus WontStopPeeking, will be what we will see in just a hot minute. It is a semifinal, so it is, of course, a best of 3. 3 maps will be in play, and of course, semifinal 2, which is tomorrow, Hasib Warriors versus Team Uwu. Once again, 2 returning names for the South Asian region.
Absolutely. You can see Blitzkrieg and WontStopPeeking in quarterfinals got a 2-0 in both their matches that they played. So they are on their own momentum that they're riding. Blitzkrieg beat Lightning Warriors while WontStopPeeking beat Team Illusion heading into this. And then you can see Hasib Warrior beat Andromeda Gaming, and Team Uwu beat Allegiance. So these are a lot of returning faces that you will be seeing in your matchup today, especially in this one that is happening right here. So tomorrow semi-final 2, and then you have your grand finals there on Sunday, on September 14th, in that best of 5. That's a huge series for themselves. But like we've been repeatedly saying, they have qualified. It's all about seeding, technically heading into that playoff series, and you always want to get that higher seed to get, you know, the slight advantages that come with that position.
Oh, absolutely. You know, winning a qualifier playoffs, I should say, will certainly give them the best chance, right? Because you have the biggest momentum, and not just that, you will also have a long time to get yourself ready for the tournament. Winning in the very first qualifiers here, of course, gives all 4 of these teams a chance to see what their opponents will be doing when they play qualifier number 2 later on this month. So a lot rides on this particular tournament for these 4 teams, and of course, they'll be fighting their hardest here and now here at the Elite Series. So folks, these streams are going to be very important for both, of course, us here at the caster's desk, but most importantly for the players and for all of our viewers back home. So with that said, of course, let's now zoom further in to tonight's match, which of course is Blitzkrieg versus WontStopPeeking, which is, of course, we're going to see the teams and, of course, a couple of pictures. There we go. All 5 players from both sides. So since we're here, since we're on the screen, let me introduce these players real quick. From the side of Blitzkrieg, we, of course, have Ven, Sparko, Ashami, Nippon, Ions, and Pronaf, of course, along with Ghost, who may or may not swap in, depends on who's playing, who's not. On the side of WontStopPeeking, Buckinator, Desmond, Vinci, I'm Noob AF, Cobra, Mojo, and Expansion Tetra. That's the entire roster, of course. The playing 5 will be dependent on who's available, but those are the players and the names to expect. And I'll tell you what, having seen these players evolve in this scene over the course of the last 5 years, I'm certainly excited to see how they perform here tonight with a chance at something big.
Absolutely, a chance something big, a lot riding on it. Like you're saying, it's just not monetary value or financial value. It is that, you know, path to getting into the APAC series, a path to actually invitationals if everything goes right for these teams in the series. So there's a lot on the line in terms of international game time, in terms of playing against teams from other regions, getting that more experience for yourself. But yeah, Blitzkrieg and WontStopPeeking, 2 very good competitors coming in. But before we head into the game, let's take a look at the map video and the maps that were chosen. Oh, yes. Skyscraper banned out by Blitz, Lair banned out by WontStopPeeking, Border banned out by Blitz, and Chalet by WontStopPeeking. And then the pick for Blitz is going to be Cafe Dostoevsky. We've seen them play okay on this map, and the last time I was casting them, they had a couple of gaps. Hopefully they picked that up. Consulate getting picked up for WontStopPeeking, and then the decider is going to be Clubhouse. That's one of the maps I love to watch.
All right. Consulate coming out from WontStopPeeking. That is interesting indeed. And that is a map actually that we have seen them on before. WontStopPeeking here actually played against Team Uwu on map 5 Consulate the last time I saw them. Unfortunately, it was a 6-8 defeat at overtime, but mind you, they dragged it all the way to overtime. So Consulate is certainly a good pickup for them if you ask me. But that is map number 2. We are now getting into map number 1 right here, right now, folks. It is Cafe Dostoevsky, Blitzkrieg on the attack, WontStopPeeking on the defense, and we have ourselves the first bans of the night, Azami and Ace, to start us off. As some co-casters of mine have said before, these are, of course, industry standard bans. Azami, nobody likes to deal with those Kiba barriers. Too much utility being wasted too late into the round. And Ace, of course, you have the AK-12. We've got Remote Breaches. Who doesn't want to ban him outright? Mira and Sledge will be your second bans for this first half, mind you. Of course, as we've seen before, there are 3 bans on each side, on each half of the entire map, I should say. I was going to say tournament. That's not how that works. But with that said, 4 bans have been taken care of, and we're getting it right in to round number 1.
Yeah, like you're talking about industry standard. The Mira is definitely going to be one of them in Cafe because the 3F as well as, you know, 1F is so good to be able to open up through freezer, get entirely through piano, complete to the side. So we can jump into the prep phase over here. You can see people are running around getting. It's just going to shoot those annoying speakers, get that sound. Don't want to interrupt your play. But talking about something, you know, operators that have been picked here, Buccaneer is going to go for his favorite Valkyrie. We've seen him do this time and time again. This is something that he does excel. He's a very good roamer, in my opinion. and I can see him doing wonders. The Mozzie pick, maybe a slight interesting. You deny some vision in terms of the droning places that you can go from. Other than that, I'm not quite sure. And the sledge ban makes sure that the castle has even more effect in this.
That is actually, I was going to say, the sledge ban is not something you see very common in terms of early bans in a tournament. Now, of course, that of course comes down to their playstyle and the fact that they have decided to go for the castle play. Sledge is, of course, castle's direct counter, so it makes sense that the sledge has been banned, kind of when you look at the grand scheme of things, especially with the Mute Mozzie combo. Of course, that is your intel denial team up right there, paired with the Valkyrie and of course the utility denial of the Wamai. All things considered, this is a pretty classic team lineup for the map of Cafe. Kind of been happening since, I want to say, late year 4 when Mozzie was actually introduced. So all things considered, a good strategy over here from WontStopPeeking. On the other side, we have the Flores being in play from Ven. Of course, that means those castle barricades and other utilities will be in danger. Though, of course, since Flores's utility is a drone, technically speaking, it can still get jammed or even taken over and destroyed by Mozzie's pest. So all things considered, good gadget interplay from both sides right about now. Of course, you have the FBI duo between Ashami and Nippon, and of course, Lion. You can never really go wrong with having it.
Oh, too many victims coming in for Desmond. Takes off the head straight away onto that line that he's talking about. Sparkle's out of the round, but then another C4 comes in. Ashami ends up going down as well. Another kill through the window. Trades after trades after trades coming in, but it's still in favor of WSP. 4 members with 30 streak. This is early. A lot of things taking away. Ben is also off the map as well. So 3 members down in just a few seconds. Only Nippon and Anzera alive. It's going to be the Nomad and Thermite. How much can they do? And we still have Mozzie charges being disposed by Vinci over here. He's making sure drones can't even come through that doorway from Piano. So it's a lot now. WSP already have a very good upper hand right now.
And this is the thing that with WontStopPeeking that a lot of people tend to really get caught off guard by, which is their very aggressive playstyle early on. They do not give you a break, folks. They will absolutely pour everything, hot oil on the fire and more fire on the oil if possible, because they do not stop. They get in your face, and they make sure that you never have a moment to breathe. That is exactly what we have Blitz going up against. That's the C4 pre-place from Vinci. Call came in from Buckinator. That's a kill. And now it's all down to Ions, the last one standing. Round number 1, a complete collapse here from BTZ. That's all they have left is the Nomad compelling on Piano window here. There's only so much he can do, so he's just going to sit back, relax, probably drop down red, finish off the round for his team, because they definitely will need to just figure out what went wrong. I'll tell you what went wrong, though. They were absolutely not expecting the kind of aggression, especially from the Mute sitting in Piano, who took 2 bodies for the price of 1.
Yeah, and the Nomad stays alive till the end. Just gonna get the win off on terms of technicality of time going down. But those are very good early trades coming in the pre-play C4. Something that we always love to see, something that you have to watch out for essentially on that side. And it's also because Blitzkrieg took quite a bit of time. They expected that, white stairs flank from below when they're like creeping in the Piano windows, and you're holding that position for quite some time. So when you go for the peak store window, you don't have that much security in the terms of where you're actually looking, and Mute gets that early pick. That's some challenge you don't scenario. And looks like we've gotten all the way down to 1F over here. It looks like we're going to also have Buccaneer going to his other favorite. His Maestro is going to be coming out. I've seen him clutch rounds time and time again with this operator as well. And this is the time where, this is the site basically where Noob AF got that 1 versus 3 clutch for himself in the last tournament against him.
Loading new mag!
Oh boy, the Maestro in play. And as he said before, Noob AF, excuse me, has shown the fact that, they are a fantastic player here in this site. A clutch in a 1v3 in Kitchen is never easy. I mean, a clutch in a 1v3 itself is never easy. Kitchen, given how many areas you can kind of hide in as an attacker once you get in there, That's certainly no small feat. Now, a little bit of a second here to look at the rest of the defenders. Desmond bringing in the, well, what is essentially a DPS operator in Warden, right? Because, well, let's be real, you're not playing him for his gadget. No one really is. So the fact that he is bringing in the Warden means he's looking to get kills, he's looking to get entry, and on the other side, Yoga Malusi to slow people down with those Banshee deterrents. Vinci on top floor with the sentry, gonna get droned out, forced to fall back. He goes all the way down white stairs to save himself. Just a little bit of distraction here for the attackers. Won't stop peeking this time. They know that they can't be overly aggressive. They need to hold second floor at the very least, or even if they fall back and start turtling, they need to make sure that they don't lose bodies early on. That's one of the fundamentals of Cafe Dostoevsky, of course, and BTC know that, so they have to go on the roam clear. That's why they have the gridlock, they've got the IQ. Even Ven is here on second floor because the sentry got droned out. Now it's in their heads, right? Where's the roam? What do we do? Where do we find them? And that's going to be kind of the psychological game from here on out.
Look at that. There's one up the wall. You can open it up with the ass charge essentially for yourself. You're still looking for roamers. Ven is still on the hunt just in case anyone is actually in. It's not just a complete turtle. And you can see the Maestro is looking to maybe get a peek from the door that was blasted open by the ass charge. And still we're on 3F over here. Like Sparkle is still not sure if he can actually have a free reign off there on the top side. He's just clearing everything out. I think now they should have some inklings that there's nobody close to them. They can actually start going for plays, start actually making more progress. There's only almost 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock. Now the Buck is starting to open it up with the secondary part of his gun. We're trying to maybe open up that breach, that reinforced hatch over there. That's why the Thermite's going to come in. He's going to place down his gadget, and now the Thermite charge shall be going off. Now the person inside field has to worry about 2 different angles from where he can be approached.
The hatch and white stairs, so the Maestro will have to fall back. Buccaneer knows he can't hold that. He's being yellow pinged as well, so there's a drone there, and he will fall. There you go. Nippon takes that kill, happily so, and with the Maestro gone, mind you, the Evil Eyes can no longer do their little zappy zaps, which means a post-plant denial is going to get that much harder. Now, of course, you've got 4 operators in play still. Wait a minute. Vinci and Desmond, they're holding down the stairs area. Of course, Code Room, he's going to go down. Vinci off the board, and there goes Cobra as well. Multiple defenders falling back to back. It's all down to the Mute and the Warden. The last 2 in this equation. Banshee inside a freezer. That's going to make sure Nippon is slowed down, but Desmond's on the floor. It's all down to Amnubayef, who will fall to Sparko as well. Too much area given away to the attackers too quickly, methinks, and that, of course, is going to lead to BTC taking their first round. All things considered, WontStopPeeking started that round off pretty strong, right?
Yeah, definitely started off that round pretty strong, and yep. Started off pretty strong for themselves. This is the problem with turtling on that bottom side right here, Blackjack. You're not always quite sure about what's going to be done for yourselves. Like if you're turtle over there, you're not taking the top side space. There's a lot of spacing in between you. You're just giving it up to 3. You're not doing much denial as well, right? You have to clear area. The Buck's going to open up so many holes from above. There's so many less places you can play, and that's honestly the problem. You have to at least have maybe 1 or 2 roamers so you buy even more time for yourself. You can see that even until the last few seconds, Sparko is still on 3F, just clearing it out for his teammates. So if you have someone who's at least shows a bit of presence, he's going to be even more worried about something actually happening. He's not going to always be, safe or, comfortable opening up these, vertical kind of holes without any problem. So this is the problem. So I hope this team, WSP start adapting to this. Now you have a roamer. Jaeger can honestly start going for those roams.
We expect that they've gone back to kitchen again, and yeah, I do agree with you. Jaeger going for the roam would certainly be very advisable. Excuse me. Aruni could also technically go for those, because if Cobra is running the DMR, which you should be on Aruni, right? There's really no reason to play the P10 over that DMR now. But those 2 on the roam are very, very dangerous. Let me tell you, from experience, you do not want to mess with an Aruni who can, do a lot with that arm. So many rotas can be opened up, and she can do that so very. Of course, Jaeger, classic roamer. We've seen him before. We'll see him again every time that he's available to play. With that said, of course, I want to see if they are going to extend the 3rd floor like they did previously, just to give the attacker someone to hunt and once again delay them if possible. Doesn't seem like that is the case. as we have ourselves... Ooh, Desmond's going to fall first, actually. Melusi off the board, and that's actually really, really fast for the Melusi. I wasn't expecting that one to be the first kill, but it is what it is. Seems like Desmond went for the roam, got hunted down, got taken out, and that's a first kill for BTZ.
Yeah, and you're talking about showing aggression, but not in the kind where you are going to give the man advantage over to the attackers, and unfortunately that's exactly what's happened. Blitzkrieg now have that one-man advantage off the base. They're going to repeat, almost deja vu of opening up that freezer wall with the Asher. There's no protection for it, and yet this time they're actually moving even faster downwards. They've already kind of visualize that there is not going to be that much drones going to be coming. They're not even getting towards the hatches this time from the side of WSP. So Blitzkrieg going to take that for the thing. It's going to be just what's open at that point. Everything, all space has been acquired. Yet again, we're in a turtle kind of scenario where WSP can't do much. A gridlock thrown just in case late ones might come down from the bottom of white stairs, but the verticals are being opened up. Shami's walking down main stairs over here. Someone's in both rooms. If they can catch that out, could be detrimental for them. There's also a deployable shield if you want to get out for them. You're fighting a lot towards this reception here outside. You're trying to prevent entry from this way, but still there. It's easy. The hatch is open. You can just drop down in essentially over here. No one's actually covering that. The drone gets neutralized by the Jaeger, but he is in a very bad spot. He's open from so many angles. He's trying to play it as calmly as possible. There's one guy down main stairs as well. On the other hand, Sparkle gets Vinci. Now Jaeger's even more left, so that's the vertical play coming into action over here. It's a 5 versus 3 right now. 30 seconds left on the clock. This Jaeger has to come in clutch, but instead it's Cobra who actually ends up striking. Andy gets the kill on to Ben, and now drop-downs are starting to come in. Can this Arun actually do much from this position? He gets 2 over there. Sparkle gets a team kill on Nippon instead. That is not what you want to happen. Shami gets the trade from behind. The nade's going to pick up on the backside. Shami's trying to walk in. Less time on the clock. Can he get the plunder? No, it is not in time. This time, WSP have bought enough time, and it's a lot into the thanks of what Arumi has done there.
Oh dear me, an absolute cacophony of errors coming in from BTZ. Once again, a round that they will probably say that they should have won, and I will certainly say that that round looked like it was in their pocket until they delayed their push way too late. Nobody took out the shield that Ernie was sitting behind in Christmas. Nobody pushed the window, or even if they did, it wasn't enough. Nobody really was able to pressure the Jaeger out of first floor bar as well. And at the end of the day, that's just too many things left on the table that WontStopPeeking will take advantage of. And then, of course, the team kill at the end of the day. Just an unfortunate lineup there that Sparko, well, he was looking to take ahead, he just got the wrong one. With that said, 2-1 to WontStopPeeking. We did have the final bans coming in for the first half as well. It is Maestro and it is Ram, as is to be expected. Ram, of course, you know, when it comes to second floor and first floor of Cafe, she is incredibly useful for verticality. Although Buck and Sledge can kind of do the same thing, Ram gets a lot of floors taken care of and even soft barricades without putting herself in too much risk, right? Pair that with an R4C and a 3 armor operator, and you've got a recipe for a very strong, you know, player in general. On the other hand, of course, Maestro, well, we just saw how good it can be, right? Especially with the zapping of the attackers who tried to get in the fridge right at the end there, only for the Maestro Evil Eye to be dealing enough damage to actually stop them in their tracks for just half a second. And that half a second ended up being one of the main reasons that won them the round, along with the Aruni Gate, stopping the plant from happening at the very final moment as well. Lots of miscommunication, of course, but it is what it is. So, those are the bans, and now round number 4 is underway.
I think a lot of the chaos that came into the comms first was that kill through that freezer, right, where we got those kills. So I think a lot of panic was coming in what we need to actually end up doing. Here comes the castles yet again. They're going to be running around the same kind of comms. The top side, no Mozzie this time. Instead, it's going to bring out defender side over there with a double gadgets. He's going to bring a Scorch plus a Nitro, but we're using breaching charges to open up the castles instead for yourself over here. Sparko on the striker has brought in nades and breaching charges. So we're going to use full utility for themselves, and Grim is also going to be making appearance here, but this makes makes complete sense. You're going to bring the IQ because you know Buccaneer without the Maestro, and now most likely going to be ending up playing that Valkyrie, and that's exactly what they have intended. So all these breaching charges are going to be used to break on every single castle wall that is available. There's a rotation in Frieza if you want to mind you. Look who's already on the bottom floor. There's a lot of roams coming from WSP. They seem so much more comfortable on this TF side, but here comes the drop down. You're going to open up the walls into Piano from the top red stairs. The exit on the chart will be going on the top problem. You're trying to get a kill just off the breach, actually going down over there. But there's nobody behind Piano. They have to actually drone them out. There's no drones technically inside Piano.
This is good pressure, though. Getting that piano breach open very, very quickly with the castle barricades also taken care of allows the attackers, especially the ones with the rappel, a lot of room to work with. But Vinci has something to say about that. Shoots through the window, gets a Shami, and that's a massive drop right there. The IQ no longer in play, so whatever cameras and utilities are remaining will be safe for the most part. Grenades thrown out by the attacking striker. But wait a minute, Buccaneer's getting really close. There's a camera giving away intel. He gets one position given away, but he wants more. He's going to get taken down for his trouble. Ions comes in with one, but immediately nearly gets traded by the Wamai, still holding Piano Corner. He has not been flushed out of this part of the map because of the utilities being denied by, guess what, the Wamai magnets. IQ was here to help with that. Unfortunately, that is not the case. And even with the drop on Balcony Hatch, there's only so much you can do. Wamai holds massive control on Piano. You've got Cobra, who might be able to get a big peek going onto that extra balcony, and of course the remaining defenders who can do so much damage from their hidden positions. 20 seconds on the clock, and WontStopPeeking have all the advantage in the world. As we have said this before, the timer runs for the defenders until you get the plant down. I'm not sure what Vinci's doing, but looks like they've run out. Yes, they have. Out of garage as well, trying to find a repeller, and will do so. Beautifully done. Desmond gets another one on the other side, and it's all down once again to Ions, who's in. Beautiful flick right there onto Cobra, but with no time and no space, Desmond will put him down, and that is going to make a third round to WontStopPeeking.
Yeah, but I think that play by Buccaneer kind of threw them off for the loop over there. He just walks into Cigar, gets the kill, almost gets another kill on the top red stair guy, but the trade came into the guy who went through the breach that was made in that piano wall over there. But it's usually the time that's actually working in complete opposite of what Blitzkrieg is doing, because if they had more time, they could have played it even better in that scenario. But then there's a run out from garage, another trade kill over there, and the time is obviously going to be playing on their mind. It just doesn't work out quite well. It looks like the 2F side has been chosen from what I can see. The reading room is going to be coming into play for WSP, and this is, I think, what they had in mind where they banned up the RAM. No RAM available. The Buck's going to be the one who's going to be in the wall. So now definitely should be looking for those 3F drones that they want to prevent a lot. Already drones getting shot down on the bot side. Buccaneer really likes going 1F with this Valkyrie early on to deny them, knowing that he is available right there. He's going to be looking for any drones, any drone holes that are open next. Spots out drone, gets one for himself. But this is WSP starting off very strong in this map, but this has always been, in my opinion, a very defender side map.
Cafe has certainly seen its fair share of defender-centered wins. I do actually agree on that front. Statistics will, of course, show it being a little bit more center-focused because attackers do tend to have pretty good nights here as well. But that is, of course, kind of part and parcel of being one of the classic maps of Rainbow Six Siege, right? So it's been played so much over the years, and some of those statistics are probably also tabulated from older versions of Cafe before it got its big fever. So, all things considered, Cafe in its current state, yes, I can see it being a little bit more defender-sided. With that said, now we are, of course, into round number 5. Second floor being the side of choice, as stated before, with the cap can coming into play from Vinci. No Brava from the attackers to take over those cap cans, nor is there a twit, so they are confident in finding and shutting down those traps as soon as possible. Wait, someone's already down, and that's going to be Vinci on white stairs, but no, there's somebody to cover, and that's Cobra coming in, saying, no, you are not taking my teammate. Thank you very much. Grenade comes in, that will finish off Vinci finally, but they ended up losing the Ash just to try and get the cap can. And mind you, that's not even going to stop the cap can trap from being active. They just got the operator, who, Vinci, of course, now will just go on cams. So you've got a dedicated eye on cams, you've got the trap still active, and you've taken down the Ash. All things considered, WontStopPeeking might see that as a win, and I certainly would say they should.
definitely should. This should have been pretty much a free kill onto Vinci. If you're upside down repelling, you don't do it basically on the window. You're not going to go upside on the window. You have to go on the, like slightly on the left or right of the wall and then go upside down, and then you get the free kill on Vinci. There should not be any trade that side, and that is exactly what Ashami does not do, and he plays with his life, and that's a 1-for-1. Like you're saying, this is definitely going to be going in favor of WSP. But Einzer, on the other hand, has other things to say. He's going to take down the mute on his roam on the top side, going to open up some balls into the freezer side as well. The gridlocks are also coming to effect. A nice long angle here from outside the white stairs window as well. You might even catch onto somebody who's going for a roam, but it's going to be Desmond who catches Ven instead. The IQ was looking for Cams, but instead found his death instead. It's a 3 versus 3 right now. Buccaneers still... Sorry, Desmond's still going to be on the basement side. Cobra is going to have a long angle over here. Einzer has actually gone down. That should be actually C4 from below, and that was from Buccaneer. He even gets the kill as well. So now it's all left up to Nipun and Spark with the Thermite and the Buck. How much can they do? The Buck's actually gone all the way down. It's going to enter through the garage. But that sound should have been heard. There's the guy on white stairs. This could be Buccaneer's end over here. Actually, it should be the end of Sparko, essentially. Cobra tries to get some kills, but instead the AP getting traded off over there. But he has Desmond as backup. Sparko was not expecting the long angle from inside the trade room as well. So that's going to be him going down. It's all left up to Nipun. He was on 3F, jumps down to 2F. Going to be jumping down into the crosshairs of his opponent. He's actually gone for the drop shot, but didn't actually connect it on that side. But he comes around with the shorty in, and Desmond will be picking up the final kill for his team.
Well played once again from WontStopPeeking. They now are 4-1 up in this first half. Certainly a commanding position for them here and now on the Cafe defense, and you can certainly see why they would have picked to go on defense on Cafe first. Now, of course, why do I say they picked it? Because that's how the map bans work, right? One side picks a map, the other side gets to choose what side they start on. So Blitzkrieg picked Cafe, and so WontStopPeeking, they get to choose what side they go on, and they have chosen to go on the defense, and certainly for good reason. 4-1 up right now, and that last round, I'll tell you what, once again, well played. Like I said, that Capcan situation with Vinci getting down on white stairs should have been a free kill, just like Madness said before, but with Ashami going down that early, there was only so much you could do, because that Ash, beautiful entry fragger, Ashami has certainly shown potential for it. Unfortunately, somewhere along the line, something must have gone wrong, because after that, it was just body after body, despite the fact that they did find Cobra, the mute, playing top floor and took him out as well. So, all things considered, it wasn't a bad round from BTZ, it just wasn't executed really well, especially towards the end, because say we saw Sparko, right, coming up white stairs, he chased down one of the defenders who contested him there, but then when he actually starts going up white stairs, he's probably still thinking, hey, somebody's down the hallway, I need to beat that, but someone's in sight on that top angle, top of the table behind the bomb, and he dies to them instead. So really it's just a case of kind of getting your drones in place, maybe getting your intel first, joining yourself in, and at the same time not spending too much time doing that, because that interaction with Sparko that I just mentioned, if I recall correctly, happened give or take with 35 seconds remaining on the clock. So lots of micro issues, I think, is what's holding BTC back, and WontStopPeeking, given their fast and loose playstyle, they're taking full advantage of it.
Yeah, I think Blitzkrieg's main problem is going to be, like you're saying, the clock. These scenarios, so they have to make desperate plays when it's like 30 seconds left on the clock, especially what Sparko was doing, just chasing the guy who thought he could get the kill on there onto Cobra, but no, Cobra runs away, gets, you know, kind of switch in bait where he gets Sparko going down. But at least 1F is the site where they actually got that one round from the side of Blitzkrieg. We seem to be having a pause before we jump in, but this could be the silver line. If they get a 2-4, it's still doable in a map like Cafe, in them going to the defensive half in the next part. But let's just see what else. A Pulse will be coming out as well, I think, in the hands of Desmond. So look for some more vertical plays. I hope we get to see a bit more roaming coming in, because even when they roamed last time, it was, you know, that the Leafs going down early on. It was them actually playing around 1F even with the roams. There was nobody 2F, there was nobody 3F. So it seems to be that they think that the turtle strategy is what can be done for them. But now with Buckinator maybe going for more roams, that can be possible, because he's no longer got the Maestro available. So with the Valkyrie, he can be making these kind of plays.
That is actually a very interesting observation there. With the pulse in play, Desmond can roam a lot more frequently and with a lot more kind of surety, right, as well, because you've got a lot of intel. I just realized I said a lot, like 3 times in that one sentence. But Desmond, with that intel, is going to have definitely quite a bit of room to work with. And that's, I think, what they're trying to achieve. Of course, Pulse, in this patch, got his hands on the secondary auto pistol, right, that Raora brought into the game. So that's also like a big buff to Pulse. Because that thing, I'll tell you what, it's like a mini LMG. That thing fires so fast, it deals a lot of damage. And given that the UMP is already a very good mid-range gun in general, it's a good time to be a Pulse main. Vinci on the top floor once again at White Stairs, you know, back at the scene of the crime, as they say. 2 Capcan traps on that cocktail door to support him, and we did see him put down 2 Capcan traps on the freezer door as well. So he's spending Capcans in an effort to get maybe a one-shot kill, but right now he's got to make sure he doesn't get one shot because he's been droned out. He's still holding out White Stairs, and this is the thing I like here about WontStopPeeking's playstyle. Vinci is being stubborn about this. He knows that the angle he has, they need to find him, they need to hunt him, they need to take him down. And until they do that, he intends to stay here for the foreseeable future.
He's taking actually 3 drones just sitting there at that part of White on 2F, and now he's actually going to get some vertical pressure because that hatch has been opened up. Maybe now he will try to go for a rotation of himself, because the Nipun was already there at the main door trying to walk in, calling all the angles, and upside down Ashami pretty much at the same scene of the crime where Vinci was, trying to get maybe a slight bit of revenge. He's been holding that angle for quite some time over there, but Buccaneer actually seems to be inside, just looking at his cameras, maybe helping out the other roamers coming in for himself. Iron Zera will be walking down retros all the way from 3F, taking his time. The hatch has been opened up in this race. They're going to jump down as Sparker. Sparker's going to start opening up these verticalities for himself. He's always been opening this up, getting these long sides. He's always got a kill also, pretty much, for the side of Blitzkrieg. They haven't always been able to convert it into the rounds for themselves. It's just that one round, but this creates a whole lot of pressure on the side of Blitzkrieg.
Absolutely. Once again, verticality is key here, but the time is also key. They are already under 45 seconds remaining on the clock right now. They will need to as to how they decide to approach this from here. Sparko taking a ton of damage, C4 blowing up in his face as well. He is alive, and that's what matters. The question is, how much longer? 30 seconds and less, and they still have to make inroads towards site. They haven't gotten a single defender. They have not managed to drop hatch, and there we go. Vinci and Noob start things off with the double body as we have attackers falling. BTZ, they now need to rush into site. 15 and less remaining, and it is all falling apart for them. Ven trying to push up code check. He will get one. Vinci to fall, but there's only so much you can do in this situation, and slowly but surely, even with Cobra falling, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, and the plant. Wait a minute, Nipple's actually going for it. He might have the space to do so. No, it's been denied! And that, folks, is going to be all she wrote for the first half. It's 5-1 to WontStopPeeking.
Yeah, Nippon just gets the diffuser down at the last second. The plant was going in, but the kill comes in for Desmond, who with the pulse actually just pretty much stayed down in the bot side, but they got 2 kills in the reverse verticality upside onto Spark over the holes that he created. Essentially, he was low due to the C4 early on, but WSP take charge. They're going to be heading into their own attack, have to be 5-1, so we're swapping sides over here. This can be maybe Blitzkrieg's time to come back, but they have very few rounds to honestly work with. They're going to have to play a near perfect game. The Zero and Mira ban will be coming out. The Zero ban pretty much aimed at Buccaneer, because that's one of his favorite operators when he's on the attack half as well. So we know how deadly he is with the cameras. Plus, just not that, the MP7 with that ACOG can do a lot. The Azami ban is traditional. The Brava ban I really like to see coming. You're denying stealing utility from yourself, so I think that is also important, because you have a Maestro that you'll be running. Sparko is going to be bringing in the Frost. A Sledge instead is going to be coming out. Sledge not bad, so the Sledge can become. They're assuming maybe a Castle will be over there. Might even switch it up later on, but this seems pretty standard, and the Ace has also been left open, so now you have, like you're saying, AK-12 plus throwable recharges, and you're going to be having a fun day.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, I like these bans from BTC on the defending side. Right, when they were attacked, it was a little bit more generic, but then again, there are certain defenders like Azami, like Mira, who are just kind of must ban when it comes to defenders. don't want to face them no matter what, and for good reason. But on the attacking side that they have decided to go for these bans, I like the Zero ban. Once again, a little bit more targeted towards Buccaneer, as mentioned, but also the Brava, because that's a ban that doesn't get a lot of attention at the end of the day, right? Brava is such a nuisance to deal with. She can steal not just Meister cams, default cams, she can steal Fenrir FNAT, she can steal New Jammer, she can steal my discs, she can steal Aruni Surya Gates, she can steal. Every single piece of utility, save for the Frost, can be stolen by that Brava. So that is a wonderful little ban right there from BTC, and it's these micro plays that they need to get right. That's certainly one of them. However, even with all that praise I just gave them, I have to, kind of remind our viewers, they are 1-5 down. So right now, everything they do has to be nearly pitch perfect. That is so much pressure in and of itself.
Cover me. Reloading.
Exactly. You have to aim for just because Blitzkrieg pretty much backs against the wall, right? Like you're saying, near perfection game has to come in for them. They're going to take their time as well from their side. You can just like but Iron Zera is not going to be taking his time. He's going to get the kill onto Anti Cobra instead. Early pickings coming in for the defender side, for the side of that Mute with that SMG in his hand. I think it's like, I'm not sure. Actually, maybe from the red stairs. But now Flores will be coming in to do work. There are Mute Jammers that can deny some of that access. You have to be careful about it as well. Buccaneer is going to get the kill onto Ashami. That's going to be another trade coming in. Now it's a 4 versus 4 matchup happening over here. This is the Wamai out of the way, so no more Magnetic coming on later into that whatever he's placed is the only things that they will have to deal with. Flores is going to be using his second Flores drone to actually walk it down into sight. And we always have to be wary of this white stair workout. We even saw Blitzkrieg in attack looking at that door time and time again. But look at this upside down repel outside. Can they actually manage to get a kill? This is a very good hold from Iron Zero inside, that kind of shell case area. He's gonna have a nice peek hole as well. Frost is just gonna be here on the window. Mind ACOGs have been removed a lot from a lot of guns in the defender side, so you have the holographers in pretty much everything that you should be running. But Time's gonna be taking in. You're gonna use the bullets to mask the drop, and it doesn't look like Iron Zera's gonna fall for that. The man, Giga Chad walks up to the door with a double barrel shotgun. It puts an end to the Dokumi.
I love that kind of shotgun play where it's just you walk up nonchalantly, you pretty much waltz into their faces and say, hey, how's it going? Then put them down. That is beautifully done. And of course, I believe that might actually lead to a Dokumi ban further down the line. Depends on how much they WontStopPeeking is able to get out of that operator right now. Balcony hatch might see a drop there. There's an attacker kind of playing that part, and there you go. Desmond actually manages to get the surprise, but Nippon comes around, gets the trade. Good stuff from the defenders so far. BTC have shown a lot more solidarity, but Sparko falls. Vinci getting very close to freezing as well. This is where the Maestro was playing just a second ago, but Vinci has to be careful. He's being pegged by the Aruni. That's going to be one for Nippon. Can he get one more and make it a triple for the round? No, it's going to be Ven to take down Buccaneer. One more off the board, and the attackers this time WontStopPeeking are going to be the ones who face that music. All things considered, it wasn't a bad round per se from WontStopPeeking. However, once again, similar to what BTZ did, time was an issue for them. And even when they started dropping around about the minute mark, which is when you should start to, kind of take control, they left a few too many things open. And that, of course, all comes back to the fact that they lost Ace very early into the round. No breaches, which means Piano is harder to take control of, which means it's harder to push.
Exactly, and like even how Nippon got caught off, he was trying to get the default cam on the ceiling over there. It's instantly put down by Desmond. So they're taking kind of in a relaxed tone after they were getting slight man advantage for themselves, and then the clock's running down. The clock seems to be over here, but at least this is the kind of stuff that Blitzkrieg did want. They had to shut it off strong, and that's exactly what they did. They're 1-0 in their defense. They've taken on 2-1. They've got Kitchen. Let's see if they will come in with the roam. So it looks like we have a ram coming in for Desmond. So they prefer the ram over the buck for the side of WSP, and we have two hard breachers, so maybe it's a take from Freezer as well as Bigby. I'm not quite sure what they're going to be cooking up for us. I'm very excited to see what it's going to be. But like Goyo, very interesting intake. I think it's the first time we've seen Goyo in this map. It's going to be in the hands of Ben.
Deploying
Goyo
mobile cover.
in play is certainly nice to see, I'll tell you what. Goyo on Cafe is certainly interesting because he doesn't get played every single round. It's more of a case of sometimes when you're second floor and you really want to hold third floor down, Goyo will be playing time. And first floor has seen a lot of Goyo. Third floor, not so much actually. I think third floor bar is probably the least, the side that Goyo's played the least on. I might be wrong about that, but of course, site-specific statistics can be researched later. Right now, we have the W once again. We've got, of course, 2 breachers this time, with Noob and Vinci coming in, which means a lot more focus on getting the hatch, getting the back wall on right stairs, getting the front wall maybe on the side of Baker. That might be too many walls to get, depending on how much time they spend on the roam clear here. Of course, red stairs open. That is a pretty traditional way of playing this particular part of the map. But Ashami, the line, is going to be the first point of contact here, looks like, as the Boogie goes ham on the floor, getting that verticality ready for the attackers when they need it. Question is, how are they going to, what part of the map? Best first is going to be Ashami to fall.
This is a couple of times we've seen Ashami going down very early, especially when the attacks up. Now the defense hub, it doesn't seem that it's improving that much. We have the one man going down very early into this freezer take coming in from WSP. Ben's also taking a bit of damage. Sparko will get the kill on Busy. Nippon gets the kill onto Buccaneers. So 2 instant kills getting answered back by Blitzkrieg. They're saying we are not one the man disadvantage. We have the man advantage. And I am Noob. AF is also very low. Desmond gets the kill onto Sparko on the other side, offside on the top part of your map. He's the ram over there, gonna even use his gadgets, and look at how freezer wall's been opened up. You have to be careful about it, but behind the bar over here, can you get more kills from Nippon? He's trying his hardest essentially over here with that SMG. Very short range technically with the damage fall off very early on, and it's against the Dokumi. Andy Cooper has to be careful. Desmond's coming in for the head up as well. Nippon's getting hit from 2 separate angles. He jumps up onto the table. I think this man has gone out of his mind when he's trying with the play, but that was maybe a last-ditch effort. What he can do is getting closed in. He's getting pinched from 2 angles, but unfortunately, they do not work out for him. He couldn't get the kill onto either. On Blitzkrieg, you have the Goyos alive, you have the Melusi, you have the Goyos to even buy some time, but this freezer wall is where the side of WSP are trying to walk in from. Here comes the flashbang. He does not flash doesn't flash Ven, but this Desmond still gets the kill. All left of Iron. Iron gets the first kill onto Desmond. So 1 versus 2. Can he do much? There's another wall open up. He's predicting someone's going to peek him over there. The plan's going down. He has 2 things to honestly think about. Iron's going to be taking his time trying to walk in over here. He's not quite sure where both the players are. There are no yellow pings coming down. He has to guess and anticipate where anybody is. He pops one. Goyo actually buy some space. He's going to hop out into the hallway. Pre-fires were coming in as well. Will he check behind the bar over here? He doesn't check close right. Instead, Andy Cobra strikes like the snake he is, gets the kill onto Iron, secures the round for his team.
Beautifully played from both sides, honestly. That was a round that I think very few mistakes actually happened. It was a case of being outplayed, and WontStopPeeking certainly managed to steady the ship after losing 2 very, very early bodies. They got that kill onto Ashami, which is wonderful. The Wamai and the, magnets, you don't want to deal. Fired back with 2 kills of their own, which is when you could kind of see WontStopPeeking have to really take a second, figure things out. The Dokumi call went out, Ram got a return fire onto Sparko, which once again stabilized the ship a little bit, but I think from that point onwards, it was just a case of WontStopPeeking taking first floor bar, where we saw the Mute playing for the longest time. And I think had the Mute managed to stay alive, then that round would have ended very differently. Right? And Nicken was playing that extremely well as well to start things off, using that the hard surface of the bar to his advantage, knowing that no one was, that he wasn't going to get pressured through small bakery or coat room because there was no way for the attackers to get there in time. I don't know what happened with him climbing onto the table though. I think that might have just been a misinput. That does tend to happen, especially if your crouch is like on C like I have, and I tend to sometimes, misinput on spacebar. I get some weird vault moments, and I know how it feels. So it is what it is for Nippon, but he can't really say it is what it is and kind of move on, because guess what? It is 2-6. It is map point right now for WontStopPeeking, and all they need to do is just win 1 round. 4 rounds of map point is the amount of comfort they have in their hands at the moment. And a Blitzkrieg on the other side, if they want to win their map pick, well, 4 rounds of near perfect siege Oh boy, I do not want to be in that camp.
Exactly. WSP has 4 rounds to close out, 4 chances to do whatever they need to do. And another take at a 1F site where they were showing the numbers earlier on. Yeah, like they put on that part. I think I'm gonna be with you. Even I play with Crouch on C, so I've seen that visit would happen
Right.
before. So I'm gonna be guessing that's exactly what kind of happened because I don't see any scenario where he's gonna be doing that properly. But Sparko gonna get the first kill on Vinci. That's gonna be your hard breacher already being taken out. Vinci was the ace, so that's a very crucial kill coming in for Sparko. Maybe the kind of momentum his team does require in them being pretty much on match point with them. So WSP just 1 round away from closing out the map that Blitzkrieg themselves have actually opted for. And you have the control over on Christmas Tree here from Ashani. He's that first pick off. This time he's going to be holding his ground. You use an extinguisher as a makeshift smoke, and Sparko gets another kill onto Desmond. This roaming Frost is causing mayhem in the camps of WSP. There's 2 people gone down. Mr. Ram and Eurus, the 2 most important operators, I would say, for WSP.
Hard breach and soft breach have pretty much entirely been denied, and Buckinator with the RC Reteros of the Flores is kind of the only one who can do any kind of breaching at this moment, but he's not in a position to do so, while the Thatcher and the Dokubi are pretty much stuck on the white entry, white stairs door, whatever you want to call it. Cobra walks into code room, but he's got to deal with a mute with a shotgun staring him down in just a second, and he's going to push aggressively, and there you go, he's going to get taken down for his trouble. Nippon cleans up, and it's a 2v5 now. Noob and Buckinator, well, only Buckinator now in the 1v5. Won't Stop Peeking kind of put all their eggs in the basket of pushing white stairs door in the garage area. Well, this is the result here, with the Flores now just kind of holding by the ambulance outside, saying, hey, I'm just going to give you guys some time to talk. Well, the armored car, not the ambulance, but it is. And yeah, Won't Stop Peeking, once again, losing that breacher early seems to kind of put a spell on them. I'm not sure. That's the second time on an attack round where Vinci, playing the ace, has gone down. Won't Stop Peeking ultimately ended up pretty much collapsing.
Yeah, and then Vinci has to be careful. He's playing the operator where he can go down over there. Almost got another kill onto the last attacker, but unfortunately time ran out. He did survive. We saw the Frost trying to make the vault on that side. But yeah, Vinci, more important, as the hard breacher, has to play a bit more on the careful side. He can't be playing like an entry fragger kind of role, not getting caught out like Sparky. Even Desmond on the Ram gets caught out, right? So you have to be playing like at least a 2-man team, like going in pairs to actually cause a nuisance. Because now you have to see their rumors. I think it's WSP when they are playing 1F, they don't roam, so they're anticipating there's not going to be that much rumors from the side of Blitzkrieg as well. They're trying to adopt the same kind of game plan, but that's not the case because Sparko led that charge from the hilt upwards over there, got a lot of kills, and with that Frost is causing mayhem in the camps of WSP. I think Sparko, hats off to you of what you have done. Then Nippon comes in, he chimes in as well. You're getting every kills. The only casualty is going to be that Frost who jumps out of the window later on, but otherwise Blitzkrieg with a solid hold up here, and they're going back to the 3F side, so this could be another point going for them, and slowly but surely the amount of opportunities WSP has to close out this match in normal time is
Attackers need to
shortening.
locate and defuse.
Absolutely, and that is exactly what BTC wants and pretty much needs here, right? Again, it's map number 1, of course, in a best of 3. At the end of the day, it could go down to map 3, as we all know, but map 1 pretty much sets the tone and expectations for the rest of the game, right? It's true for best of 3s, it's true for best of 5s. Map 1 is the time you take to understand your opponent, to kind of download them a little bit, and realize who's kind of playing what, right? For instance, Sparko in that last round, we saw just how effective he can be. Give him a little bit of alert position, let him, if he gets that first kill, if he feels confident, he is nigh unstoppable. Right? He got that first kill, he moved up to second floor, got the second kill with the Ram as well on top of that, so massive utility kill as well. And after that, well, there was only so much that Won't Stop Peeking could do because 2 of the most important operatives in the round were gone. Now this time around, a little bit of a role change coming in from Won't Stop Peeking's players. Vinci has opted to go on to soft breach instead, with Desmond bringing in a secondary soft breach operator with the Sledge and the Buck, a classic combo since game 1. On the other side, Cobra has taken up the duty of breacher, bringing in the ace instead. Of course, we have the attacking striker available as we always do. Striker gets played very often because of that double secondary utility that is, in and of itself, a lot of utility. So, good thinking here from WontStopPeeking to change up the roles as we move into the next round, round number 10.
Yeah, I think now Vinci is going to be more free to play the kind of game that he likes to play, and now Andy Cooper is always going to be more in the passive kind of role. And you can see Strikers brought in grenades, and EMP per hole that our Buckinator actually already gets the kill onto Iron Zero. The mute is out of the picture for this round number 9 over here between these, sorry, round number 10 between these two. And Piano has taken full control from the window side. They have to be careful. There is a deployable shield in the corner from where they're holding, and there are angles in from Freezer as well. There are 2 members on top on the roof, 2 members rappelling as well, and Vinci on the bottom side. Might actually be going up from white stairs later on. Van's going to be walking up over this wall, has to be careful. They're going to use the grenade, but no, think better of it. They're trying to clear out angles. They said now maybe going to hard breach that wall open with the help of that ace charge coming in. They throw the EMP down just in case there was a mute jammer anyway in that corner, so you're going to have to use it as well. But now you have your hard breacher alive for a majority of the round. So you're going to get the utility with 1 minute 10 seconds left on the clock as they're trying to walk in. The sensor actually goes down. The mute jammer as you go down, so you have to start walking in from the side of WSG. Reminder, they are match point. They get the kill onto Nipun, who was hiding in. Freezer tried to play the long angle as well. Unfortunately, did not work out for him. It's going to be him going down. Shami is very low on HP as well. Just barely you can see her HP bar. It's going to be actually going for a complete rotation as well. And on the top, when Ben was trying to walk in, he's getting shot through the white stair window. 40 seconds left. Ben goes down. Ben gets the kill on Buccaneer. Vinci gets the kill on Shami. Sparko gets the kill onto Des. And it's Ben and Sparko against the world to keep the hopes up for Blitzkrieg up in map number 1 over here. But the long angle from Sparko. A double kill coming in. I am noob. AF goes down, and this is what Sparko. He starts to flow, he starts to go ham. Vinci gets the kill onto it. So now Sparko left alone in a 1 versus 2. But mind you, Andy Cooper is very low on HP. Sparko's creeping up on this bar, using that visibility for himself. And they're trying to drone him. There's 10 seconds left on the clock. You have to be aware as the side of WSP. You have to start making your move. Sparko catches one more and a triple kill for him. It's going to take a quarter kill to get the kill. The diffuser's gone down. The Hunt's going to come in. If he buys time, it's enough. Sparko coming up huge for the side of Blitzkrieg.
Sparko with the play right there. Beautifully done from that particular player in that moment as the entire site collapsed around him, as his teammates fell one by one, picked off the board. Sparko stayed strong and said, all right, time to show you whippersnappers what an OG player can do. For those in the know, for those who followed the scene, Sparko is probably one of the oldest names in Siege esports in India, or I should say in South Asia as a whole. This player, hailing from Bangladesh, I'll tell you what, he is one of the best here for a reason. And at one point, I'll tell you, during the days of Unit Gaming and onwards, he was nearly unstoppable, going from win to win to win. That team rarely ever lost, and it was always a moment and a half to see them go, see them win, see them take victories. And whenever they lost, it was always a rivalry, right? And Sparko was always at the heart of it all. So to see him perform that way, get that clutch, especially that late round 1v2, beautifully done indeed. With all that said, round number 11, we are inching ever so closer to that coveted overtime here, Madness, as now it is 4-6. BTC are picking up momentum, stripping it away from WontStopPeeking, and slowly but surely giving themselves a fighting chance here on Cafe.
Oh, absolutely, and Sparko's leading the charge in front of that clutch and that long-range angle from Cocktail Bar towards, the bathroom side. That was, Chef's kiss, honestly, the way he was playing over there. But, mind you, this is going to be the 2F side, right? So there's verticality from both ways that you could be playing this around. Depends on how you want to be going for an answer. Brought in the castle this time, and Vinci has the sledge to open up these up, and you have the ramp for IF. Hard features whatsoever in the terms of your play, but that's expected given the kind of site you're running. And you brought in the Sophia, and you have to pick up a Ben. It's the early kill onto Buccaneer. That's the buck out of the window. At least you have a ram for more stop reaching from the top side, but that's a very good early kill. Ben does eat around 60% of his HP bar for that trade, but he's going to be thinking well and good for that. Andy Cooper is now going to the top side, has the super shorty in hand, going to be walking away, but this is very good start for Blitzkrieg in round number 11 for themselves, and it's yet to be seen because this is match point. They are slowly clawing back. There's only 2 more chances for WSP to close it out in regulation time, unless we go to that, as you said, coveted overtime.
Sting is active!
4v4, make that 4v3. Sparko does manage to get Desmond, who found Ions just a second ago, but once again, it's Sparko who could be the difference maker. Shami falls, which makes it an equal 3v3 between both sides. So at the moment, it's all down to who plays these next 90 seconds correctly. Although in Siege, of course, there's no one correct way to play everything. Things could always take a turn for the better or for the worse. Depends entirely on the individual. That being, of course, the players of each second. Right now, verticality can still be established because the Ram still has 2 more boogie drones, and that gives them time and space to get a couple of kills. Of course, Vincent with the Sledgehammer and even Cobra with the Super Short. A lot of soft reach on that team are the remaining team members of WontStopPeeking, which will force Blitzkrieg players to start hiding at the moment. They need to stay away from the soft series and to stay alive. The longer they stay alive for, the more WontStopPeeking will start sweating, and the more they sweat, the more mistakes they will make. 40 seconds on the clock. Cobra now inching down the white stairs. You've got Noob holding down the pillars all the way from the top balcony on Cocktail, which means they have a lot of control on where a good part of second floor is. But wait a minute, let's drop the Sledgehammer. They now have entry potentially, but there's a Goyo that's going to hold them back for just a minute, along with the Aruni Sugia gate as well. Shots fired as Sparko's taking damage, but still alive, and he's going to try and peek from Museum into that Pillars hallway. Kings are out, shots are fired, Cobra's in, he's going to try and go for the ramp, and this could be the thing that changes the round. Sparko from Pillars, he's done a bit of difference here. He's got the kill. Actually, Ven's got the kill on 2, and that's going to stop the plant right at the final moments of the clock. Beautifully done, as they just did not have the room, the attackers I will say, to stop that play.
Yeah, and the verticality they had opened up earlier on, that's where WSP comes in clutch. Sorry, the side of Blitzkrieg comes in clutch. The top side, they actually went over there, used it instead, and then, you know, Spark was staying alive for so long at that pillar, causing quite a bit of nuisance, putting the side of the members of WSP in 2 sets of minds about what is happening to them. And then Ben just comes alive, gets the last 2 kills that he needs for himself, and the Sledge in frustration at the end, time's gone out, he's just hitting the table away with that Sledgehammer. Unfortunately for them, they could not close the
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
In that round, and this is it. We're talking about there's 4 opportunities for WSP to close it out in regulation time. There's only just 1 left. 3 rounds in quick succession, going over to the side of Blitzkrieg, and now we are on that last side of 1F. Blitzkrieg, take this away. We're going to overtime. It's only for WSP to dash their dreams, take us to map 2 without going to that fast regulation time at this point. But it's not looking that good for them. They're kind of disarray towards the ending parts of rounds. They're opening up good space. It was technically a 3-3 at the last fight, but Sparko has been the thorn in their side. He just can't seem to remove.
And that's kind of the big thing here, right? I keep mentioning it for good reason, folks. Sparko is a playmaker and has been since a long, long time. Now he's going 11-8 in the entire matchup so far. And mind you, he only really kind of picked up in the last, I would say, 4-ish rounds, right, in the second half. First half, he was a little bit on the quieter side. As he was, I guess he was still waking up at the end of the day, right? He has been playing for so long, right? In terms of esports, he's been around the block. So give the man a break. But, you know, jokes aside, I do like the fact that he's able to pull off these kinds of plays and give his team a lot of room to work with. And that is, of course, the Sparko we all know and love. With all that said, of course,
I'm reloading.
We're now, at the moment, in round number 12, as I like to call it, the round of ones. 1 round for WontStopPeeking to finally secure their map point, I should say, and go 1-0, take us to map number 2, and get things going. 1 round as Vincey gets DBNO'd and killed by Ions on the other side. Oh boy, the other side of this round of 1 might actually end up happening as Ven takes his second, which will be, or potentially could be, the overtime 6-6. Sparko falls, and oh, that is huge. Noob has taken a massive body at the moment, and as we have the grenades coming come back, could potentially take that shield off the board. No, the magnets, I think, stopped it. Yes, they did, and that makes this white entry once again so much more difficult.
Yeah, and the magnet's being put by Ajami over there. Ajami coming in huge. We have a Demo on the board. If I move, AF wants to start going for these hunt kills. He has 3 people available to him. We were spectating. We could see he has 2 targets in the trees. He can go for this time. He's knocking it down on White Stair Hallway. He's saying, no, you do not pass over here. You shall not pass at all. He's going to be coming out. Not quite sure what Anzir trying to do with that. Maybe trying to do a bit of distraction play as he's walking forward. Maybe cutting off sound as well. Then going to pick up another kill onto Indigo from that side. They come forward. IMNU AF gets the kill onto Ajami, but IM0 gets the trade kill onto Buccaneer. Gets another kill onto IM0 AF, and we are going to overtime, ladies and gentlemen. They have made the 1-5 deficit back to the 6-6 mark over here. Blitzkrieg pulling off that comeback in regulation, taking us to overtime, and WSP will be slightly kicking themselves in the back. They did not close out this map when they had the chance.
Say it with me for those viewing. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? Overtime is in play. The first stream, the first match of the Elite Series, and the first overtime call out. Let's go, as it is 6-6 going in to round number 13. And boy howdy, I'll tell you what, this sets the tone already as we move into the first round of overtime, which is Blitzkrieg on the defense as well. So they get to keep that momentum they've built for the last 4 rounds. And that is not a, that's not an understatement, folks. The last 4 rounds have been Blitzkrieg wins back to back. So they are certainly in tune with the defense side of Cafe right now. They're in tune with pretty much everything: communication, coordination, their placements, their roles. They know what they need to do, and that is exactly what they are locking in. On the other side, WontStopPeeking on the attack. They will certainly be feeling the pressure at the moment. They have tried so many things, so many different routes and avenues to maybe get a win, get something going. It just hasn't been the case. This time, once again, a little bit of a shakeup as we have the Nomad on Buccaneer. We've seen this before, but Ubisoft coming in with the Raola for a little bit of reconstruction and rerouting using those DOM panels. First time I think we're seeing Raura in this matchup, so this should be interesting to see how WontStopPeeking deploy an operator.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. And more importantly, you have to note that Blitzkrieg are going to be starting off the defense side, right? So even if you go to double overtime, it still technically will be their favor going into that, last round for themselves. So they have a good setup coming in. To the other end, you have to think if the Raura comes in from Noob AF and see what kind of pressure they get. Ben's already taking quite a bit of beating. He was trying to maybe pick through the windows on the top side. Unfortunately, could not do much. Instead, he's looking for the hash to open up, maybe get a cheeky kill for himself. But this time, it's going to be looking like a bakery take coming in. Oh my god, look at Desmond. He's fearless. He's going to be walking in. He has cover on the left side. He won't be holding right. It's the default camera as well. Ben's going to be walking himself way down at this point. Zero actually gets a kill on the Desmond, but instantly traded by Buccaneer as well. That's the captain out of the way. So no more smokes and fires available to him. But they're not putting her gadget, so I think this is an even trade for the defenders at this point. But Bakery has been taken control by WSP. The Raura is going to be shutting down the members of Blitzkrieg. This is the exact way they want to play. This is the reason they've brought in the Raura for themselves, because of the kind of thing they're going for. And as soon as it opens up, there's already one guy waiting at this point. Again, we see Ashami is just going to be using that deployable shield near the bottom of White Stairs for himself. He's going to take a Philippe interact. Maybe going to walk in as well from the side of WSP right here. Nice long angle actually developed. Ashami is going to go for the full rotation actually. He's going to be looking to go bottom red stairs. Long angles coming in, and AF gets the kill onto Ben as well. Goyo is being put out of his misery. So 4 versus 3 in the favor of WSP as we continue on to this round. A quick one coming in. Easy from this rappel, trying to maybe get some cheat kills for himself upside down right now. Using the nades, he's opening a cover. Maybe a distraction because at the same time, Andy Cope is for the plant right now. It doesn't seem to be in the eyes of them on the side of Blitz. And it's too late. The plant goes down. The diffuser is planted. 40 seconds on the clock. Very rarely we've got to see the diffuser has gone down, but Nipun ends up getting the kill button. It's a 3 versus 3. Vinci gets the kill on the Shaman, but Nipun again goes huge onto Noob AF, but instantly traded by ND Cobra. A 2 versus 1. Sparkman a 1 versus 2 essentially. He's seen this time and time can become a clutch for his team. He's looking at the verticality and not the man in front of him. Was not expecting anyone to be sitting in the close corner, and unfortunately goes down. So this is WSP coming completely alive in overtime here.
That right there is the magic of overtime, folks, as we move into round number 14 and Blitzkrieg moves to the attack, a side that they have not had the best of time in, as in the first half, they were 1-5 down. So now that's going to be playing in their heads. We lost that round on defense, but praise where it is needed. The side of WontStopPeeking, well, it took them a bit longer than I think anybody would have liked to admit, but they realized that every single time they've lost on Kitchen, they have lost trying to push on the white corridor, right? Garage, white stairs, maybe one or two players going second floor. It just hasn't worked for them, right? Thinking back on it, round number 12 went that way. Round number 9 went that way. Very nearly round number 8 as well. They would have lost it had the defending mute on first floor bar not gotten, taken care of. And even then, Nippon had a very strong position. He was delaying them for so long. So they took that experience. They decided, okay, let's bring in the Raora. Let's get the big bakery open. Let's get in there and try planting. And guess what? It worked. Beside the defense, they were caught unawares. They didn't expect it to happen because you've had 3 rounds now where the attackers have gone to Garage and White Stairs time and time and time again. And you've won it. You're kind of just expecting it to happen. You're maybe on autopilot, and guess what? That's exactly what caused their downfall there. Now, with WontStopPeeking on the defense, they've gone back to third floor, a side that they are very comfortable with. They've shown us this before. And with Blitzkrieg now on the defense... Oh, wait a minute. Vinci, maybe getting a little bit too confident on white stairs there, gets taken down for his trouble. And Ashami, after a long time, gets one more on his book.
Yeah, and WontStopPeeking kind of hard for the WontStopPeeking. At least for Vinci, he will stop peeking in this round. He's unfortunately put out of his misery. I mean, actually starting now to get the first blood for himself, getting the first pickups that he really does need, as it's entry ranking for him. And because you have nothing to break open these castles, it looks like we're just going to be handing away with our fist. We're going to be putting a breaching charge maybe. There's a C4 ready just in case it gets placed. Oh, actually, it's enough to get the kill onto Sparko. Buccaneer coming in clutch for his team. He's equalized the numbers with the Valkyrie C4 coming into the 4 versus 4 scenario. 3 members on the rooftop. The Sophia is rappelling near the piano window. We have to be careful. We have a hard breach in the hands of the Thermite if he needs to jump down over here, which he will be looking to very shortly. Red stairs have been opened up. The drones are there as well. There's a mute jammer that you have to catch out for yourselves, and hopefully you will as well. But both, the operators with double gadgets have been put out of the picture. Now finally the exosummit charge will be coming down on top of Red Stairs wall to Dirt's piano side. It's gonna get opened up. No picks as of yet. They're looking to maybe walk in as we continue. I can see the reasons. There's a double people in bathroom, and we have to be careful of this corner as well. If there's not a deployable shield, it's very hard to hold on.
That it very much is. Once again, Wamai in that corner, one of the strongest positions to be in when it comes to piano and cafe in general. Rappel is hurt, of course, on White Stairs and Desmond. He's going all the way down. He might want to go for a run out of potentially Garage or that window on White Stairs. C4 is not going to find anything, but the operator could. No, Desmond decides to come back up White Stairs instead. Holding on the site is, of course, more important. And with the Repeller now going back up to the top, decides, all right, we can disengage, folks. As we have, once again, a bit of a stalemate here at Piano. Shield has been taken care of, but the operators are still very much active. The Wamai is still being very much of a nuisance along with the mute, but he finally falls, and Cobra comes around, finds Nippon. That's a huge drop right there with the diffuser getting dropped for just a second. 25 seconds remaining as it's a 3v3 right now. Ashami, Ions, and Ven need to get in there. The time, once again, working against them. It is a defender's friend, folks, until you get the diffuser on the floor. You need to do that quickly as we have the stuns coming in, but Ven will fall nonetheless. Shots fired. Desmond with 2. Can he make it to third as Cobra falls? He will do so. The shotgun comes in, and round 14 will go to WontStopPeeking as once again they played their cards just about correctly, making sure that no one was taken out at the very end. They always had an equalized trade count, and Piano Corner was held with every ounce of stubbornness that they had. Well played indeed, as they will take map number 1 in a terrific fight. 8-6 in their favor, going 1-0 up on the map count.
Yeah, they couldn't do it in regulation time, but as soon as we hit overtime, they're like, okay, it's time to get serious. We pull out the power play for your attack side. The defense was anyway strong for them. It's always about the attack round. Once they get around, they are just that one step closer and they close it out over it. Yeah, they fought for piano for so long. There's one guy just tucked in the corner, one guy from prison that a crossfire over us. So the trade kill comes in when the guy in the corner ends up going down. So excellently played for themselves, as you can see. Like going into these takes, the verticality earlier on is like there was just no answer from their side, right? From the side of Blitzkrieg. So from the side of WSP, they could not do much against that. But Blitzkrieg ended up going down pretty nice. They did a good fight back for themselves, right? Because they've taken us to overtime. They got us 4 rounds in a row. They were very strong in that aspect. And this was the kill that was pretty much the only team TK that we have get to see. Where unfortunately for them, it didn't line up the way they wanted. Arumi went very hard in the round. Then we're gonna have Sparko coming in clutch after clutch on that Frost in the later parts of this game. I think this man did a phenomenal job for himself. He's trying to keep his team in a long part because we might have not even hit that overtime if we didn't get that triple kill plus running up the time clock in. I think when they were, it was a 4-6 or 3-6 for themselves. Other than that, I think if this is what we expect from the action, I cannot wait to see what Consulate has in store for us.
Yeah, I think Consulate is going to be like a real knowledge check for, I think, BTC more so than WontStopPeeking, because we've seen WontStopPeeking on this map before in the matches and tournaments that have happened before the Elite Series. So we've seen them, and they've got a fairly good amount of control on that particular map. So all things considered, they certainly have a little bit of a knowledge advantage. Potentially speaking, of course, we never know, as seeing Blitzkrieg on the map of Consulate is kind of what excites me about map number 2. Of course, getting a little bit ahead of myself right there. Map number 1 on Cafe, all things considered, we saw a very good set from both teams. Honestly, Blitzkrieg could have potentially won it if they had kind of managed to fix their issues with time, right, in the attack side. They really left a lot on the table by just delaying their push and kind of not getting space when they needed to. I think that's the biggest thing, right? They spend a little bit too much time trying to get utilities in place and trying to deny the defenders, and not enough time droning or getting drones into position. I feel like we saw a lot of that, a lot of miscommunication potentially, a couple of misinputs here and there. It does tend to happen, especially with the first on-stream game of a tournament this big. Yeah, I certainly see it. But with that said, of course, map number 1 has been taken care of, folks, and Cafe Dostoevsky has been won by WontStopPeeking. So given the fact that they've picked Consulate, I think Blitzkrieg certainly has a lot of pressure on them. And like I said before, this is going to be a knowledge check for BTZ. How much of Consulate do they know? Of course, with Sparko and the team, I'm expecting they already have a good amount of knowledge of it, but there's a difference between knowing a map kind of just in general and knowing it competitively, right? And that is where the main game comes in.
Yeah, that is definitely knowing how to play it and then putting it practicality is completely different of the host. But if you can see the stats in front of you, Desmond's gone huge, 16 kills to 10 right over there. But look at the first kill mark. Ion Zera is the guy going to be leading that. 4 first kills, only giving up 2 of them. And the Shami was what I was talking about throughout the match. Is 1 and 3, right? He got 1, but up 3 like that, it's going to be tough. Vinci on the other side is almost on the same numbers, and Shami had maybe not the best of first games of it. Like you're saying, there could be a lot of pressure. It is a big stage to be playing on. It is the first map as well, so he went 4 and 12. That can be denied because later on, next game map, we can't wait to see what's going to be coming out from me in terms of constantly. He's a very aggressive player. I love that tendency in an R6 player that you go in, you do not care about how the fight's going on. You're trying to take your fights for yourself, but it comes in huge. But talking about the big man of the hour, Sparko, even though he gave a clutch in a lot of rounds, there are a couple of rounds where he was not getting those fracks. So you can see he's technically 11 kills, 13 deaths, right? The most deaths in the game. But I still think this man had a huge impact on this map and a huge part in Blitzkrieg actually reaching that overtime marker when coming in clutch with those couple of closer kills as well. So all in all, I think Blitzkrieg putting up a huge good fight, especially being 1 in 5 deficit heading into defense. That's a huge mountain climber. Like we're saying, have to play a near perfect game just to take us to overtime, and that's exactly what they did with some of the star players coming alive. And I can't wait to watch what Consulate is going to be in store for us if this is the way these teams are playing, if this is the way Sparko is, if his calls come out, and if his team do listen properly. I think this could be Blitzkrieg also honestly taking us all the way to a map 3.
Absolutely, and it's not even just, Sparko, because you did mention Sparko had a little bit of a quiet time in the first half, right? When the team was kind of struggling to get going. But in that moment, Ven and Ions really were popping off, and even in the second half, they supported Sparko all the way through, even with Nippon, right? Towards, I believe, the end of the second half, coming into his own. All things considered, almost the entire team of BTZ had a really good time, even if they did lose the first map. And of course, at the end of the day, the score will say that it was a first map for WontStopPeeking, and it was a 8-6 in their favor, but still, that doesn't quite tell you the minutiae of each round. And in this case, they had to win 5 rounds just to get to overtime. Not even to win, right? They needed to win 5 rounds to equalize. That was what it was at first, because they were 1-5 down. Then it became 2-6, and they needed to win 4 just to keep their hopes alive of winning the map that they had picked. So all things considered, even if, they did lose the round, BTZ can keep their heads high because they gave us a damn good show, and that's exactly what they will want to do in map number 2 of Consulate, as we will move into that one in just a short moment, folks. But I will say, kind of closing thoughts for Cafe in general. Really, it just comes down to BTZ kind of cleaning up their attack, getting a little bit more tighter, more efficient, and maybe rounding out the edges a little bit of their communication. And really, that's all they need. Just a couple moments of clear cut, hey, we need to do this, we need to do that, and execute on that as cleanly as possible. Adaptation is key, of course, and at the end of the day, you can't really plan for everything that happens in a round of Rainbow Six, but you can do a lot to help that. With that said, folks, we're going to be getting into map number 2 of Consulate in just a short moment. Before that, a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
made bad. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Rainbow Six Siege Elite Series here at Frag Nation in partnership with Ubisoft. I'm your host Blackjack, joined once again by my co-host Madness, as we are back for Qualifier 1 with Semifinal 1. Won't Stop Peeking taking on Blitzkrieg. We just finished map number 1. It was 8-6 in favor of Won't Stop Peeking, and we'll be going into map number 2, Consulate, in just a minute. Madness, what do you think? What are we expecting out of this second map?
We are expecting big things because Consulate, like you said, we were both discussing, it's a bit of, curveball coming in from the side of WontStopPeeking, so that's going to be interesting to play, and there's a lot of cheeky angles you can play. The knowledge factor is going to come in huge here against the way you're going to go for your takes and the way you want to actually battle it out in this sense for themselves. But you can see, according to how the bans have gone, right, Shallow was out of the picture, was banned by WontStopPeeking essentially. I was expecting maybe they want to play that, but it's a map that's been played time and time again quite a bit, and Consulate's going to be a map, maybe they have something up their sleeves that we are not available, like especially the roar take in 1F that they did, they kept hidden till basically overtime for Consulate side. But Consulate is a map of a lot of spawn peaks. If you take it properly for yourselves, you can get that early man advantage, and I would like to see maybe a team like WontStopPeeking, the team that does throw all the rules out the window. They do whatever they do like, and they do it sometimes to the best as well. As we head into the banning phase over here, it's going to be Blitzkrieg going to be on the defensive side, WontStopPeeking is going to be on the attack. So Blitzkrieg going to actually do defense. The Ace Azami ban, again, meta bans coming in for them as it was in the map of Cafe as well. It's up to see what they want to ban out next on this point. It's going to be the Mira, so this Mira pretty much never gets through, pretty much, no matter where you look at. Another heartbeat ban in the Ivana, so only the Thermite has been left open, unless you bring in maybe another, the smaller hard breaches.
Of course, you could also bring in Maverick with his blowtorches, and given the fact that Maverick tricking is kind of meta at the moment, it certainly could be something, especially on that basement site, right, to be considered. But with that said, Hibana is an interesting breacher bank, because generally if you're going to go all breachers, teams tend to favor Thermite and Ace first and kind of leave Hibana second. But then, of course, Hibana being the queen of hatches, you don't really want to leave her in play for too long either. So I understand the thought process behind getting Hibana out of there quickly as possible. Mira once again banned here on Consulate, to no one's surprise at the end of the day. And of course, the Azami as well. No one's really surprised by that. What I am surprised by, however, is seeing Sparko on the Tachanka. That's right. Folks at home were probably expecting me to talk about the Clash, but what can I really say that hasn't already been said? Clash, one of the most annoying defenders to deal with kind of in the history of Siege in general, and especially with her rework now, being able to put down her shield and kind of activate it remotely. Yeah, that's something you don't want to have to deal with, and Ions has brought that out now. But the Tachanka on Sparko, kind of in a similar role to Frost, right? Slightly delaying, like an operator who's meant to delay and take time away from the attackers. This time a little bit more late round than Frost does, but hey, you've got the DP27, you've got, what, 70-ish rounds in this dinner plate of a magazine. And he's going to come down the back stairs. Wait a minute, he's taking an early fight, and Noob is actually going to fall because Nippon comes around. He's on the first floor, and he gets that kill, cleaning up what Sparko started, and that's a beautiful start for BTC's defense here.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the game plan was coming in. He's going to come distract with the jungle, maybe not lose so much HP, but no, Nipun's been left alone on one. Buccaneers going to be claiming that kill. He does lose quite a bit of his HP for the trade, but it has at least balanced out the man numbers right now. It's 4 versus 4. Sparko's low on HP, but Buccaneers low as well. Let's see what kind of take they're going to be going for. Like you talked about the clash, it's a very annoying option, especially after that rework coming into Siege X. It's a lot that can be played around with, and now at least Sparko's still alive to throw these flames in on the later point instead, and then you can already hear that the Junka throwing it out. I'm just protecting the area, and the Heartbeat just opened up the walls here, and maybe even the entry point. That's why they brought in Vinci. He's going to be having the Heartbeat plus the AP. He's going to do everything by himself to try and open up these walls. They're going to take on the slower side. 1 minute 25 seconds left on the clock. The Clash is going to get all the information he needs. He's going to walk in closer. He's going to try to shield. Do not left the shield anywhere. He's going to keep it up to him. Almost gets shot in the backside, trying to walk away. The Chunka, not quite sure. You're left in the open, and your Clash was not around. So Sparko ends up going down to the hands of ND Cobra. The Amaru's going to be picking up the kill. Look at the angle that Ben's sitting in. He's going to get the kill and jump down that instantly. It's actually Vinci going to get the kill onto Ashami. Finally, the Clash goes down. Only Van is alive. He's going to be coming back around, but there's a barricade, so they're going to know exactly where he's going to be coming from as well once he opens it up. And Desmond's anyway got his crosshair pinned onto the angle. Look at it, this man. Yes, the Mute Jammer is holding the angle as well. Spots out the head of the Valkyrie, takes that one clean off its shoulders, and it's going to be WSP getting the first round in the Tekker side for the side on the map of Consulate.
Round 1 to WontStopPeeking, similar to how it was on the map of Cafe, but in a, of course, different capacity. On the attack side, they definitely would have had a moment of panic losing, one of their players early on like that, but they stabilized pretty quickly, taking down Nippon, who was the one who took that first kill. And after that, I think it was just a case of their attackers being really well placed on that admin side of the map, right? Because you had a couple of them pushing down the printer corridor, you had the other two kind of pushing down on that little tucked alleyway behind yellow stairs, right? So all things considered, given the fact that it was a split push, you had Tachanka pulling overtime trying to get his fire grenades or shamikas in both the entry door to A and of course down the hallway where his shield was. And given where Sparko had placed that shield and where he was playing out of that corner door, it really was hard to stay covered and also get the corner door of A, as you can see on the top left of your screen. So all things considered, him being exposed was just a matter of circumstance, really. It was either him getting taken down and exposed, or the Clash getting aggressed upon because people were pushing that door and he needed to delay them. So they were just kind of stretched thin there, BTC's defense. So all things considered, they did a good job early on, but when push came to shove and they had to, reallocate resources and adapt to what was happening around them, they did drop the ball and caught outplayed. Then half health already, not sure exactly what happened, but gotta be careful of your positions with the Amaru in play as well from Cobra. That could make for quick entry, quick kills, especially if he decides to come up a hash or two. But with that said, round number 2 officially underway.
Van also going to take a bit of a beating earlier on in the round. You're going to have Nipun as well as Shami just waiting around the corner over here. Again, the breach charge is being used, but Buccaneer gets the first pick onto Van. The guy I was saying was already low. Buccaneer ended up getting the kill. Is going to start running up as well towards the office side window. So that's a very good early pick coming on. The Ella's out of the way, but I think the mines had already been placed anyway. The Grim's also going to be coming in at that point to push down back the Clash. Amaru's just going to be repelling on the window with a long SMG if you're trying to get a kill for yourself. Maybe Nipun goes for a cheeky kill on this side, but no, unfortunately, he's not actually gonna go for the big. As of yet, 1 minute and 38 seconds left on the clock. The diffuser is dropped. It's now finally going to get picked up as well. It was just being held by the side of WSP until someone could come and get it for them. Shami, long angle, no picks available. Nipun is still working around towards this room, trying to get a pick for him. But another hard breach has been used. Going to open up another long angle. Qualifier is coming in. Buccaneer actually gets the kill onto Iron Zero. On the other side, the Clash is out, and Nippon finally gets the trade on Buccaneer, who's being a bit harmful to his team. Desmond gets knocked, gets finished by Nippon as well. So a double kill coming in for the Mute. He used the shotgun to actually finish that off. And the Clash shield, before he went down, had placed it there. So that's a very good deployable shield, which you can see through as well. Very complete. A 3 versus 3 left in the round. Nippon still in the corner. They're trying to clear him out. The Grim Charge is also there. They're trying to rush him, but that's a shotgun Mute. And it's not the kind of smoke you want in your face. Nippon gets the kill. Sparko gets the other. Nippon actually gets a quadra the way it was looking for himself. He was partially blind, gets back up, gets another from this side. So the Mute going ham in around, a quadra kill coming in for Nippon.
Once again, it's that one player who you just aren't able to deal with in that round, and this time it was Nippon. He was actually the first one to go down in round number 1. This time he said, alright, you know what? Y'all took me as an entry frag last round. I'm going to bite back hard. And that is exactly what he did. Well played to that operator right there. And with that said, that's going to equalize the round count early on as well. 1-1 to both sides, as BTC will move on to Basement Garage in their third round. Of course, this is the final round before the final ban for this first half. And I think, you know, Blitzkrieg are kind of expecting the Clash to get banned. I certainly would, given the fact that Clash, especially with that shield in the last round, turned out to be one of the key differences, right? The key points that allowed them to win. Nippon playing behind the Clash shield was the big thing, right? Ions had put it down. Nippon was just sitting behind it, holding down the corner door of the projector room, and after that, the rest is history. So the Clash definitely probably getting banned next. But on the other side, we've got the Thermite in, which of course means that they're going to be going for the breach. We've got the Zofia for a little bit of soft breach as well. Question is, with the Kaid Electroclaws being what they have to deal with, do they go first floor top down, take it out, or do they try to grenade it? Well, they don't have grenades, so it's probably going to have to be first floor top down.
It should be first floor top down, as well as they don't have a ram or a buck as well. So verticality less going to be opened up for themselves. Neither refuse as well. It could have been a lot for themselves. So that's why you can see the 1F side is being fought for so heavily by the side of Blitzkrieg. Now the Clash is roaming on that side, and Desmond's going to be making his way over to Garage Door, but with the kites in place, I don't think he can open that as of yet. Finally, the extinguisher actually being propped very earlier on into round before any pressure was coming there. Sophia's going to open up towards the main door, towards the end of statue, and the kite's going to come back again. Maybe he's just going for the tricks. No, thermite charge has been used as well, both still in the pockets of Desmond if he chooses to use it at a later stage. That's what I'm talking about. The top down has to come in at a faster pace because it's still 1 minute 50 seconds left. You have to start walking in. The most players are still outside the building. Iron Zero, I think, has placed the shield down somewhere again, maybe to help out another team member. It worked out wonders in the last one, and I agree with you, Blackjack. I think next round this is going to be banned out completely, so we won't get to see the Clash. Maybe the last time seeing the Clash, at least in Consulate for now. Ashami is going to be picking very heavily, but the time's going down. You have to start making progress from the side of WSP.
Yeah, the fact that they haven't really taken much control of first floor yet, there's still a roamer towards the kind of meeting room side, meeting room side above the actual site. Of course, there's somebody on third floor as well, but Ashami will fall. That's your Omai gone, but guess what? Noob has been DBNO'd on the other side as well. Of course, that is your Nomad who's going to get picked up, but, oh, that was a frost mat as well, so that means a Noob won't be able to actually sprint for a minute. He's going to be making a lot of noise here because of the effects of the frost mat. Even if he can pick himself up, it doesn't matter, because now Sparko knows exactly where that Nomad is. Even if he gives his position away, it won't matter too much. Nippon gets one on the other side. That's Buccaneer to fall, so the attackers once again find themselves in a spot of bother. Ven to find Desmond, and it's all kind of falling apart right now. Sparko from Spyro has given Cobra the scare of his life, forcing the Lion to go on a hunt as we have the air jabs working out. Ven finds Vinci. It's a 2v4 right now, and with 20 seconds left on the clock, I think we can call this round donezo for WSP. They don't have the man count. The diffusers dropped somewhere in the map. They are lost. They are struggling to find their way. Cobra falls, and it's all down to Noob in a 1v4 with 8 seconds on hand. It's gonna tick away, and won't stop peaking. Unfortunately, we'll have to face the music of being 2-1 down at the end of round 3.
And they will honestly be 2-1 down. They wasted a lot of time, like trying to get the 1F control, and still didn't deal with all the roamers over there, right? You could see that Sparko was being quite a nuisance and didn't care if he gives his position away. He's just buying time for his team, even tells the roam, gets the guy in the spiral stairs to try and chase after him, essentially. Buys even more time for his team because the diffuser's on the other side towards the basement area, and you can't actually go end up picking it up. You have to at least get the wall open, but you can't do many things from that. Desmond got one pick through it, but nothing else. And I'm expecting the Clash ban should be coming out right now, and that's exactly what's gonna be happening. And plus the Nomad from the side of Blitz as well. So no more Nomad allowed. The Tachanka is gonna actually be changed over to the hands of Ion instead as we head down towards that 1F area. We're going to have the explosion room plus the piano room available, and Desmond's going to be bringing the Dragon, so look for him to sniff out some footsteps. No, it's going to be the ramp switch up towards the end point of it. But yeah, this is, I think WSP have to be a bit quicker on the mark and actually do a good job of clearing all the areas. You can't be, if you're taking so much time to clear space, you have to at least get all the stranglers or all the roamers.
And that, I think, it really just comes down to their execution and what they're really planning. In the last round, you know, for the longest time, it really didn't seem like WontStopPeeking had a real plan per se, right? They got the breachers, or I should say they got the thermite. They had a secondary heartbeat charge with Zofia. I think Ven was playing that particular operator. Not Ven, excuse me. Buckinator was... Vinci, actually, yeah. It was Vinci playing the Zofia with the secondary heartbeat charge. And I kind of get it. You know, you get the hatch, you get the main breach done, but, like, there was no soft breach, right? You didn't have a sledge or a buck or even ram for that matter. And there was no, like, emphasis on roam clear on third floor either, even with the Lion in play, right? So, especially you'd expect with the history between these two teams that WontStopPeeking might have got a Deimos or a Dokkaebi to try and find these roamers and take them out, but they were just they were stuck on taking the pretty much the back end of the map, right? And even then, you would think, okay, they're going that side of the map. Maybe they want to drop down into like server hallway, maybe come around the back. They didn't even do that, so no one really knows what they were planning. But at the end of the day, I guess we won't know now because it's past. 2 minutes on the clock right now, as they've got plenty of time. We've got once again the gridlock in play, and this time, finally after a long time, Brava is brought into the foray. I do like this pick, even though there's only a couple of things that she can take control of, that being Valkyrie cameras and of course Nippon the Aruni Surya gates. But hey, any utility is good utility.
Exactly. Any utility is good utility. Desmond's going to pick onto Sparkles. The Clutch Master, that Blitzkrieg no longer available to them. A good pickup coming in earlier on for the side of WSP. WontStopPeeking are now finally getting the mark, but Cobra has been knocked down. And from the skyline, I am Noob AF gets the kill onto Irons are not at all expecting anybody to be sitting there. And you're going to take the full advantage of that as the Brava gets the kill onto him. So it's a 4 versus 3 right now. This Cobra, who was knocked, ends up going down as well. Maybe you can see now they start entering the building as well. You're masking the jump in, fall in with the bullet shots, but I don't think anyone's going to be falling for that at this stage of the game. But look at Vander near spiral staircase at the bottom. Another ram's going to come into effect. The verticality is going to be coming into there. So you have to be careful above you as well as on the same floor as you. So there are a lot of angles to be watching from the side of Blitzkrieg. Now you're just peeking through a couple of more holes. Another ram's going to be chucked in as well. So look at this long angle by Asham. He's trying to catch out onto members, but now you can hear the barbed wire getting chunked away at. So now Ashami's focus has been drawn towards that. And almost gets the kill. Actually gets the kill onto Vinci, but in the meantime, Buckinator gets the plant. So as you're worried about people above you, the plant ends up going down. Ben gets another kill. Nippon gets the kill onto Buckinator, and as well as I am Noob AF goes down. He was still on 2F, and the roam comes in from Ven. So even though you had every single axis, you got the earlier picks, it's going to be Blitzkrieg taking us to 3-1 in this map.
I'm not exactly sure what happened there for WontStopPeeking, because they got the plant in. They clearly had enough intel to know that piano room was open and they could go for the plant behind cover, and that's exactly what the Twitch did. But after that, they just completely fell apart in the 3v3 post plant, with the Valkyrie on top getting multiple kills, and then nobody being able to hold down the diffuser either. So it really, I'm not exactly sure, right? It's left me a little bit confused, a little bit of whiplash right there with how quickly they fell apart. But, you know, maybe it could have just been a case of poor positioning, or it could have just been a case of getting outplayed. That does tend to happen a lot on Consulate, where you're not expecting a certain push in a certain situation, and that's exactly what happens. You know, now that I think about it, Consulate is really the epitome of what we like to call siege timing, right? You're holding down the angle for so long, you hold it down for like 30 seconds, and the moment you look away, the moment you move, that's when immediately you get shot from that angle you're watching. Consulate has a lot of those, right? Like looking at Projector Room, you've got like 4 corners to watch out for, not counting deployable shields or site reconstruction. Admin into printer is like 5 different rooms, right? With like multiple doorways going in and out of each. So there's a lot of wiggle room for defenders and attackers, depending on who's in control, to play with, and that leads to a lot of tense moments where you're thinking, oh, you're going to come out that door, but they come out the other door, and then, you know, things been taken here and there, and suddenly Bob's your uncle, right? So right now, BTZ, what they'll be most happy for is that they're 3-1 up. Consulate here on the defense is hard to hold, but also in some cases better than being on attack, and that's what they're counting on, as this first half has certainly given them a lot to.
Yeah, and again, they're going to go for that same kind of, you know, attack from the side of SP, for the side of them. Well, they might actually get the kill on the upside down, repelling person there. Nipun's looking for the kill. Now will choose to strike, gets the kill onto Vinci. Vinci not expecting someone to be so close up. It wasn't droned out at all. There's a mute jammer anywhere at the bottom, and Nipun will take his opportunity to strike. Had not done it the last 2 times that was opened up, so absolutely not expected by Vinci that someone's actually been going for this kind of a play. The Wama is going to take effect. We have the Ash Breach charge coming in as well. Jump down comes in from the side of Desmond, holding the angle, waiting for someone to peek, but here comes the Tachanka, here comes the flames, making it hard to even see your opponent. Here comes the peek as well. I don't think they spotted down the prone Desmond. Otherwise, there might have been a pre-fire onto that angle. He's still going to be getting up. Barricades coming in from Sparko as he's going to be leaving that area. And now, still prone is Desmond. He's still looking for another peek. Here comes the flames. It's just not going to reach him, though. So, he's going to be pretty fine at this point. The Tachanka still has around 12 more to throw away. So, a lot of time can be bought. He's just going to be loading his gun. Sparko gets the kill onto IAM Noob AF at that angle. Desmond is still alive. He's still prone. And finally, his patience pays dues. He gets the kill onto Ben, but he's running through the flames into a Fenrir. He doesn't have any sight available to him. Ends up going down. Nashami gets the kill onto Buckinator. All that's left is MD Cobra in his fight against 4 other members. This is a very tough hill battle in any situation, especially right now. He's being pushed from everywhere. He doesn't actually have anywhere to go. He has to only maybe go back to the stairs, try and get a reposition, but there's only 35 seconds left on the clock. He's finally choosing to walk in, trying to bait some bullets to find some angles for himself. Looking back towards the bottom of the yellow stairs instead, trying for pre-fires. Nothing seems to connect for him. Nothing seems to be going his way, and the peak will be coming in from that staircase. But Andy Cobra answers, but Ashami gets the counter kill over there. 2 angles to watch. One angle you manage, the other angle is where you're going to get picked up from. So unfortunately for WSP, they end up losing another round, and BT says it's going to take us to that score total of 4.
4-1 up going into round number 6. Certainly a much better showing from BTZ in this first half of Consulate compared to where they were in Cafe in a similar time, as they are at the moment very much in the driver's seat. They've given us a lot to kind of chew on in these last 3 rounds, and certainly, you know, I did call Consulate a knowledge check for BTZ. Well, it's more so a case, I guess, now a knowledge check for WontStopPeeking, because they have pretty much been, well, I don't want to say it just yet, but they've been countered in almost every single way, given the fact that we've now had an entire lap of the map of Consulate, right? Starting from round number 2, it's been Blitzkrieg time and time again to take the rounds, to take the wins, and so far they look almost unstoppable. And I say almost because there have been moments of life from WontStopPeeking. That last round, once again, it was just, I guess, a lack of confidence now is what we're seeing from WontStopPeeking. at least to a certain extent. But the way they've been moving around on the map, especially in that last round, it really showed that they didn't know what to expect. And with WontStopPeeking, the moment they kind of stop expecting things, or the moment they kind of are put in that position of not knowing what to expect, is when they kind of falter, as has been seen historically with them. Now, the site is Garage on the bottom floor, of course, and this time I like the op selection a lot more from them. They've got the RAM, of course, for that verticality, for the soft breach, but they've also got the fuse with the hard breach charges, but more importantly, fuse with the cluster charges. And those cluster charges, boy howdy, they have been a menace in recent siege times. So the fact that fuse is once again in play certainly warms my fuse main heart to see.
Yes, Fuse, annoying operator to deal with as well if you don't catch him out earlier on, but the roams is where this can function. But Buccaneer early kill onto Sparko. This is the second time he's been the first pick off as well. So unfortunately for Sparko, can't be doing much at this point. He's getting picked off, and this is I think Buccaneer is the guy who got him last time as well. And now you can hear the ram going to come in, the breach, the small hard breach charge being used to open up the hatch as well. Vinci gets the pick onto Van, so that's the Kai down as well. And now once this gets opened up, the wall, there's nothing to stop it. Here comes the cluster charges from above. So a lot of mayhem running down. Desmond gets the kick onto Einzer. So WSP working at a much faster rate than they did in previous rounds, and looking to secure a second round for themselves before they swap sides. Only Nipun and Ashami left open. And that's going to be Nipun getting spotted out, but not much damage coming in. It's going to be the metal barricades between that actually stopped the quakes coming in onto Nipun. But now the walls have been opened up. Everywhere is chaos. There's not many places Shami and Nipun can actually feel safe. But Nipun actually gets the kill onto Andy Cobra. Picks the kill, trying to go for a radiation, gets caught off in between. Almost shot his own teammate in the quick flick towards the Shami, but the Shami ends up going down before that. Nipun gets another kill onto Desmond in a 1 versus 3 double. He's going to take an ace from him to actually end up closing the round for himself. But now with the bomb going here, the diffuser should be going down by I am Noob AF, and Nipun's position should be known. The swing comes in, a lot of damage going on to Vinci, but this secures where the position of the Rumi is. There are not many places you can go. He's still holding just that angle. Finally, the diffuser has been planted. 43 seconds on the clock for Nipun to work with. Nipun gets another triple kill for him. He needs 2 more. He needs that ace to close out the round, plus have enough time to get that diffuser off that ground for himself. These are good post-plant situations. One is above, one is outside the garage, and Nipun does not know where anybody is. Maybe he has an inkling someone's playing the vertical. He's checking through the American barricades on the top. Here comes a flashbang just to delay some time, essentially, and actually allows Buccaneer to pick up the kill from Nipun above. A valiant effort from Nipun to try and salvage this round, but at the end of the day, it is not enough.
Once again, WontStopPeeking going for that role change, and once again, it works out in their favor. We saw it happen on Cafe on the first floor kitchen site, where they moved things around, brought in a Raora on overtime round 13, and it helped them win that attack round after losing multiple attack rounds on that particular part of the map. This time, Garage, they lost it once. They decided, okay, we didn't have soft breach, we didn't have the fuse, let's bring them in, let's change things around, and that's exactly what they needed to do, as it turns out, because now they have a second round to their name. 2 and 4 down on Consulate is still a little bit of a bad position to be in, all things considered, but it's not the worst. As we move into the second half, WontStopPeeking now will be on the defense, and similar to the first half, it is a breacher emphasis on the breachers on the band side. Ace and Thermite for the attackers. It was Ace and Hibana in the first half, so really the philosophy behind it remains the same. Deny the breach, keep a hold of a majority of the map. On the defensive side, I mean, we've talked about them before. There's really not much else to be said. Mira and Azami are banned, and we move now into round number 7.
This is the half switch up that we have been open for. Maybe now WSP can get a resurrection of their form, because they have at least a map to the name if they end up going down when you go to map 3. But Blitzkrieg have been on rampage. Just that last round was something that they could not deal with, and this is what we exactly expected maybe WSP should do in the earlier take of the basement side. Bring in that verticality, bring in a fuse, bring in a ram, and it goes all chaos for the side of Blitzkrieg. They don't know exactly which direction to look out for, and you can see A glass has been brought in for Blitzkrieg. They're going to be playing the long-range angle. It's going to be Iron Zera piloting that operator. In terms of defense, Buccaneer bringing out the newer operator as well. So we get some spice coming in from his side. I'm expecting maybe Andy Cobra to start going for roams as well. Going to try and get as much of the 2F side as you can, but it looks like the glass is going to get switched up. We're going to have the fuse brought in. A Thatcher is there as well for good measure. You have the Buck for your verticality. You have a Hibana as your hard breach, and Ven to spot out any gadgets that they have to deal with.
I love this Denari pick from Buccaneer right here. As of course, you know, Hibana, Fuse, Thatcher, this is going to be expected for the consulate map, as these are, well, when you don't have Thermite, when you don't have Ace, you do kind of have to bring in Hibana, or you go for the Maverick trick with the Soft Breacher to help you, but it is what it is. They've gone this route. But coming back to that Denari from Buccaneer, I am very interested to see what the trip connector setup is going to be. You've also got a Rooney to really, excuse me, really double down on that laser style of defense, right? And all things considered, Denari, I would say, I've said this to, you know, between friends and stuff, but I certainly feel like he's one of the more creative operators in Siege history. Just the sheer amount of freedom you get with those trip connectors in where you can place them, where you can connect them, it is beautiful. But right now, Vinci, wait a minute, do they know that he's on first floor? I don't think they do. Because the Fuse, we saw the Fuse's outline, Ashami, kind of roaming around towards the lobby side, right? While Vinci was holding down the corridor, going out towards the back half of Consulate. So I don't think they have an idea of the fact that this sentry is roaming. Ven's going to fall on the other side. Desmond to take the kill, and that's Tubarao, who was also roaming. We saw him on the top floor earlier on, and now that's the IQ to fall. So already one body too many for BTC to lose this in this mid-round situation. And now with a minute 19 remaining, all they can really do is hope that they can get one of these roamers or force the defenders back into sight. They don't even have the main breach done yet, even though there was no breach denier, and Tubarao has been roaming this entire time. But better late than never. With the breach coming in, 60 seconds on hand, BTC, they still have time to make this work.
Yeah, but they don't know there was a breach now because the EMPs will still use. Sparko gets the kill on the Vinci in pretty much anime fashion, jumps down as well, taking that space for himself. Finally, the garage door wall has been reached. 46 seconds left on the clock about how you want to be playing out this round. The room charges there, plus you have Buccaneer gadgets as available. We're not walking in. It is a walkable breach as well. You can crouch through it at that point. We have even more Hibana charges if you want to end up using it. And then you can see cluster charges are starting to come in from Ashami. Now maybe the walkthrough should be coming in from the side of Blitzkrieg. They're still worried about people above them. Oh, the spot of the legs. Desmond not aware of that angle. Ashami gets the kill. Oh, what was the kill onto Buccaneer? But instantly answered by Andy Cobra. The drop-downs are starting to come in over there. Andy Cobra actually saw him drop down, but he was crouching, reload, couldn't do much, and he gets the kill onto Sparko, who's not aware of someone in the angle. And you can see Ashami is down. Only Iron Zera is left alive. Iron Zera doesn't have the time. He doesn't have much to himself. And no, you end up falling down. You can see them trying to get that last pick over there, but Iron Zera actually ends up still surviving. But I think Eddie Cobra not killing the first guy who dropped down actually paid dividends, because the Buck was completely unaware back against him, did not know anybody was there.
Yeah, no, that was fantastic trigger discipline right there from Cobra. He knew for a fact that if he shot the first guy, the second guy to drop would have killed him. So he decided, you know what, let's play this to my advantage. Let's play my cards close to my chest, and it worked out. So, beautifully done for the side of WontStopPeeking. Even if it did kind of start faltering towards the end there, we did see a couple of bodies get taken that probably shouldn't have. Like, for instance, the player who was prone in the monitor room, right, who had the punch holes looking all the way out to the breach. That's not a position you kind of want to be in, especially with a breach kind of staring you down. But at the same time, you know, speaking of the breach, that's exactly why someone like Thermite is better for Garage Breach, right? Because you open up a really big section of the wall, right? Half the wall is in your favor, and that just allows you so much more room, so much more sightline to work with. Whereas Hibana, it was like a really tight walkable breach that there was so much cover behind it for defenders to roam around that there was no way to lock them down, no way to kind of put suppressing fire. So all things considered, the band's working out in WontStopPeeking's favor, and at the same time, their play and positioning as well working out in their favor. All of it does come down, of course, to the early round where they got the first kill and they maintained that body count advantage for the longest possible time. And they'll need to do that once again. Now that we're moving into round number 8, the site, of course, is 3rd floor. And this time they've got a pulse in play with that secondary auto pistol. Oh, I do like this pick.
Look at the speed as well. That's going to be coming out. And we head in to round number 8. WontStopPeeking just one round away from actually getting to the same number that Blitzkrieg is at currently. Is 4 for Blitzkrieg, 3 for WontStopPeeking. Here comes the first lion charge as well. It's going to spot out Buckinator as well as NB Cobra, who have been roaming quite vigorously. Again, we're going to be opening this up with the help of the striker, who's brought again that heartbeat plus that EMP for himself. This is not where you want to be going at this point. You're just causing quite a bit of nuisance for yourself. The C4 comes in, going to get stuck on the windowsill instead, and it was enough time in that arc throw that allows the attacker to actually back away. Another line charge going to get deployed by Sparko over here. He's trying to walk in. We have the glass. In fact, I want to see what effect he'll bring out with the sniper with that thermal vision available to him, with his ability to be able to see through smokes. There's one guy in the corner. I think they know about it, but the nade doesn't work anymore. Oh no! Ven? I'm not quite sure what happened to Ven over there. The nade charge fell down right into his own feet when he was trying to get grappled back down. That is a mistake that Ven does not want to look back on over here, Blackjack.
I'll tell you what, that's not a mistake anybody wants to make in this stage of the game, in this format. Oh dear me, Ven, and that's a Blackbeard as well. Beautiful shot by Desmond to get one. Wait a minute, Irons comes around, finds Buckinator on the other side, but Sparko fell the line, taken out by, I believe, the Tubarao as well. So Desmond really popping off right about now, as he will, I believe, make his way back safely. And Yellow Quarter once again being held by an SMG-11 wielding I'm Noob AF. Desmond and Cobra taking a ton of damage at the moment, but Ions will be the one to fall. Vinci cleans up with the triple kill, and it's all down to Nippon, who gets one, but it's a 1v3 even after that. He basically needs to clean up house in a 1v4 clutch, and with the pulse below him giving away his position, he can't really get much out of that. There you go. He's going to try and vault in that breach. He's going to get shot for his trouble. And that, folks, is going to be another round to WontStopPeeking. Beautifully played right there, especially with that Tubarao holding down admin. Not only to the best visibility, but he was thriving in there. Nobody really was able to shut him down, and ultimately I think Ven is going to be kicking himself, because not only was it a self-destruct via grenade, he was also playing the Blackbeard, one of the strongest attackers in the game at the moment, with that shield and that faceplate, right? Blackbeard, one of the more annoying operators in Siege history, but at the same time, this rework has made him so much more powerful, so much harder to deal with, excuse me, and that just makes that self-destruction all that more embarrassing.
It does. Like you're saying, one of the operators you don't want to, especially that to happen to. And he kind of panicked because the grenade fell down and he also rappelled down as well. As he repels up, he's not going to feel that much burn, but I think he thought it was just going to be stuck on the windowsill. But unfortunately, let's move past that, because I hope so Ven does want to as well. But we're equalizing in terms of rounds. It's 4-4 in terms of rounds between both these sides. WSP will be looking for more rounds to their name right now. They finally started to gain some momentum. 2 rounds in a row for them in the defense side half. It looks like Nippon has left the game. This is maybe a rehost looking to be happening over here. This might just be the pause that we're looking for. And yeah, we're just going to buy time. But let's just wait and watch what else happens, because this is already looking spicy, because Consulate, it looks like Blitzkrieg were very strong, like defensive-wise, right? But I think WSP could have got more rounds if the way they went for their basement take would have been the same way they did it like the second time. Like the first time they did, I think there would have been another round for themselves the way they played it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's also a case of Consulate being somewhat defender-sided, all things considered, right? Because we've certainly seen a very good argument for it so far, right? Because looking at the round differential between sides, not between the two teams, but more so between attackers versus defenders, we've had, doing a quick count here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds won by the defenders out of the 9 rounds played so far, right? So it certainly has been quite the game indeed for the side of any defending team, and WontStopPeeking is taking full advantage of that in this regard. Being 4-4 up is certainly helping them in that overall, well, their agenda being, of course, to win the game outright. They're 1-0 up on the map count. They are, of course, very much in the driver's seat and advantage here as the Jackal comes in, hunting down the Capcan on the top floor, trying to find Buckinator as Ions will come in, take that kill. Noob will fall. That's going to equalize it, of course, 4-4 due to the unfortunate disconnect that happened earlier. We have, of course, Thorns, Razor Blooms, delaying time a little bit on that reception entry, but it doesn't really matter too much because guess what? Exposition room has now been blown wide open, and that's going to be the Thorn to fall. Ashami with a beautiful play, making it a 4v3, and with a minute remaining.
That's a 3 versus 3 right now. Vinci gets that kill. Desmond gets another one onto Iron Zera. It's only Sparko and Vanillite. They were 4 men to start with. Now they're only 2 because of the disconnect that did occur. Like, let's see what Desmond, Vinci, and Buccaneer can do in this round. They're gonna spot and nothing out right now. Buccaneer's gonna be opening up a barricade, maybe going for the hunt. He's looking to open up the hatch. He wants someone to open up for him. Gets the Claymore that side. So now you can have people walking down yellow side. Sparko heard that bullet shot, exactly knows what's going to be played, and you can see Ben's going for the plan. Sparko gets the kill onto Buccaneer. Was going for the flank back from the says pre-fire onto the hatch just in case he was looking for the guy and planted the diffuser, which would have been Ben. And now Desmond and Vinci have grouped up together. Ben gets the first kill. Ben gets the next one as well. So this is looking like, even though they started 4v5, Blitzkrieg will be taking the round for themselves, and a kind of a statement round coming out from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautifully played from the side of BTC, despite the advantage of, due to, of course, you know, factors out of their control. And now, there we go. We have ourselves the timer being paused. And all things considered, they certainly should be proud of themselves. They have not only denied WontStopPeeking getting a advantage for themselves, but of course they've taken the advantage back as well. So, all things considered, well played to them. And now, of course, we're just going to have to wait for a little bit, get everything back in order, folks. Don't you worry. The bans and all that will be happening. The game will resume. It is, of course, the Siege tournament in South Asia. These kinds of things tend to happen. And kind of in the wider world as well, right? At the end of the day,
true.
Connection issues and all that, technical difficulties are something that we've all faced. So give the players some time, and we will, of course, be in this... into this matchup nice and quickly as well, hopefully so to speak. But, you know, at the end of the day, that gives us more time to talk about what we've seen so far. 5-4 in the favor of Blitzkrieg, as Consulate has certainly been quite the showing for them. And we'll talk about that more in just a hot moment, folks. We'll have to wait for just a moment to get the technicals back in order, and we'll be taking a quick break. Until then, stay tuned.
You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Elite Community Series for Rainbow Six Siege X here at Frag Nation in association and partnership with Ubisoft. I'm your host Blackjack. Joining me once again is my co-host Madness, as we are back after a little bit of a lengthy rehost. We do apologize for that, folks. Technical difficulties, you know how it is. And we will be getting back into the game, the best of 3 semifinals here in Qualifier 1 between WontStopPeeking and Blitzkrieg. We were on map number 2. It was 5-4 in favor of BTZ, and we'll be resuming from, I presume, that point as well on the map of Continent. Oh, actually, no, it's 4-4, so it looks like a little bit of a reversal has happened, but, you know, that's for off-stream discussions. We're not going to get too much into that. 4-4 is going to be the round count going into round number 9, and we are going to get right back into it.
Is this 4 versus 5? It seems we don't have a member from the side of Blitz. Not quite sure. Something must have happened behind the scenes. We'll get to know that in a later date. But it looks like the last round that was played, where Blitz won a base, technically a 4v5, it has been rolled back. The time's been rolled back. That round has been rolled back. So that again have to be starting off the round in a 4v5 kind of angle as we head into this. Right, guys, this is technically series map for the side of WontStopPeeking. If they end up winning this, because they did win the map of Cafe, and this is their own map pick essentially, because Blitzkrieg lost their own map pick on that side. But taking a look at operators coming into this round, it's very important to choose your operator, especially as the attacker side here, because you are 4v5. You have one less operator to actually be dishing out. So it looks like we might have the sledge pick up. Sparko's going to be going for the Jackal. We have the IQ coming in for Ashami, and then Ven's going to be running that traditional Ash. Talking about Buccaneers bringing in the Capcan, and Desmond's going to be the guy actually going to be on the Valkyrie. So kind of switch up in roles. Usually we are used to seeing Buccaneer going on to the Valkyrie. A quick entry coming in with the sledge. Already they're in the basement from the side of Blitzkrieg, and there's a forward charge. I don't know if WSP know that they are in the building right now. Iron Zero quickly gets the kill onto Vinci, who has the pulse, very rightfully so, was already in that basement area. Was got completely unaware, couldn't even dish out a single bit of HP damage to anybody. So as soon as it started, that 4v5 advantage has become a 4v4.
And that's the pulse too, gone very, very quickly. So a good kill right there. And verticality being held by Ven from down below. Not something you normally see, especially when it comes to this map and this particular site of Piano and Exposition Room. It's not Exhibition Room, as I was going to say for just a second there. It's Exposition Room. A very weird name to give a room, I'll be honest with you. But, you know, naming conventions aside, that first kill, of course, very important. Not only to equalize the man count here, as Ven gets another one, that's going to put them on the advantage. Now Desmond to fall, and that's your Valkyrie taken care of. 2 bodies, very important, as the Jackal's going to track down, I believe that's Bucknader potentially, towards the Teller's side of the map. So if that Capcan falls, you know it's going to be panic moments for the side of WSP. They are trying to hold out, kind of play a little bit more defensively, a little bit more passively, I should say, as they need to conserve bodies for the remaining time here, as 75 seconds remain on the clock, as The 3v4 is festering. Grenades out, shots fired. Beautifully done to find I'm Noob AF.
Yeah, and there nice coordination coming in with his own grenade actually to pick up the kill. He knew that guy was locked in the corner over there. The Melusi, not many places go. Now it's a 4 versus 2 in favor of Blitzkrieg. They have a lot of the not actually locked. 50 seconds left in the clock. So they have to start making the way to side, and Agi's going to be spotting out the Captain charge. Jackal's going to be tracking on to someone. Actually, no, the mute actually neutralizes that, so you actually don't get the footsteps. And NT Cobra gets a kill through the thorns onto Sparko, but then quick work was made of Buckinator as well as NT Cobra. So what round started out as a 4v5 turns into Blitzkrieg just doing the repeat. So the reroll doesn't come into effect technically because it's still Blitzkrieg going up 5-4 against WSP, and this seems to me being them just to do the disconnection earlier. I think the player just could not join back, so it's still going to continue as a 4 versus 5. They've technically beaten WSP 2 rounds in a row with a man disadvantage from the start of the round.
And even then, Blitzkrieg pulled out the same round, playing in relatively the same conditions, right? 4v5, and looks like we're going to continue on that front as we have the final bans for this map of Consulate. Hibana and Valkyrie are going to be taken off the board. Hibana is an interesting ban here for WontStopPeeking's defense because, like, I don't necessarily think that banning her is going to be of too much consequence, right? Other than Garage. And even then, again, you can just Maverick trick the wall. So, realistically speaking, even if they do go back to Garage, WontStopPeeking will still have to worry about the breach. And there are probably better attackers they could have banned, like Blitz, like Blackbeard. Hell, even the Jackal, who saw a lot of really good usage in that last round. He was definitely troublesome to deal with for WontStopPeeking, so I'm not sure what the philosophy is behind that ban of Hibana, but Valkyrie, of course, 100% makes sense. You want to take away that intel gathering, you want to take away the black eye cameras, and of course, that is exactly why BTC have banned that particular operative. With that said, of course, we're going to be going into round number 10, double digits once again in 2 maps so far. It's always nice to see. And the 5-4 to BTZ, of course, means they still maintain the advantage here on Consulate, but again, they're starting off on the back foot purely because of technical difficulties. But then again, we've seen it twice now. They certainly don't seem to mind.
They do not seem to mind, and they seem to be playing an even better version of themselves heading into this. And Valkyrie ban means you don't have to bring in that IQ actually just for those black eye cameras or anything else. So you're actually utilizing what you thought as your deficit. Now Sparko has the line and the Blitz comes in from line. This is what helped them win one of their 4v5 rounds. So exactly what they're looking to be going for. And this is Blitzkrieg running a Blitz. No need to look at that name at that point. But ND Cobra has brought in the shield. You have it available to you on the form of the Clash as well as the deployment funds. Buckinator has gone back to what he truly loves, which is that Maestro with the Valkyrie man out. You spot out the Clash, but the shield negates any damage going to be coming your way. Barbed wires are getting worked through. You're just going to be clearing all on the top side as much as you can. Then just aware maybe someone could be flanking. As of yet, nothing in terms of flank numbers coming in. It is a 2F side. Another line charge gets used. Line only has one more left to his name that can be used at a later point, and that's the moment the Blitz chooses to enter the building as well. As of yet, no bodies have been dropped. We are still in that 4v5, but you spotted through the cracks. Ven spots out I am Noob AF, who thought he was safe in the position he's sitting in, and yet again we brought down to a 4v4. Make that a 4v3. Sparko gets the kill onto Vinci yet again through another vertical play. Vinci's been caught out again on the pulse. The pulse seems not to be working the way that he hopes it to be.
Yeah, may not be the pick for Vinci right now. If you have the Ash coming in, that should deny the Clash. No, it actually slipped through, but the down comes in anyway. Ven will fall to Desmond on the other side. Tubara coming in for the save, but the Blitz is going to be a playmaker right now, because guess what? That's a shielder you don't want to have to deal with at this moment. Clash's shield is finally going to get taken care of, and Cobra will be cleaned up. It's a 3v2 situation with attackers having all the advantage in the world that they could possibly want. Blitz sitting right at reception. He's going to give the call up for the Tubara, moving as Ions will take a bit of damage, but it doesn't matter. Gets the kill onto Desmond nonetheless, and it's Buckinator, the last one standing in a lone 1v3. 35 seconds on the clock against him as well right now, because of course the man can advantage, but he gets a beautiful first kill. He knows that he needs to be careful of the Blitz, but the Vaulton is here, and he gets the shots, and wait a minute, can he get the Blitz? No, he can't. He gets flashed. and then shot in the face, unfortunately, as Ions will take that kill happily. So, and that, of course, is a moment of reflection that WontStopPeeking need to have, because guess what? You banned Hibana, you didn't ban Blitz, and that is exactly why you should have, because BTC have shown they like playing Blitz, they like playing the shielders. Again, breaching was never the problem, but guess what? WontStopPeeking thought that way, and they will now face the consequences for it. Map point to BTC with the potential to take us to map 3, maybe, maybe not. Let's find
Attackers
out.
need to locate and defuse.
The Alberta's BTC have sort of everything. It's going to be a basement take, but it's not going to be that. They're going back to F from the side of WSP. This is going to be yet again on the pulse. Hopefully, third time is the charm for him. 2 rounds in a row, he's not had that much of impact as he would hope for. And mind you, this is BTC playing with only 4 members, and they're taking us to match point. 2 rounds in a row they have obtained, and if they get another round, we're going right to that map 3, right? So that's a huge point, and it's going to be Clubhouse. Clubhouse is hard to play. Before we have maybe more time will be available to them to get their 5th member back. Other setups going to be coming. I think we're going to have switches coming out for this. Ion's going to be going yet again back to the Blitz now that they've realized it's going to be a 2F side. They're going to be bringing this pretty much the same operators they brought the previous round. So rinse and repeat, at least in their books, about what can go down. Here comes the Blitz. He has been the menace for them. It looked like Buckinator might have pulled off that 1 versus 3, gets the 2 kills, gets flashed again, and instantly goes to the pistol whips him in the face, gets that kill for him. So it is something you have to deal with. You have to prevent this Blitz from getting close to sites. So you have to go for those early ropes. You at least have to have more traps, and that's exactly what you brought in with the Legion in the hands of I Am Noob AF.
Definitely playing a much more slow down composition here, right? With the Melusi, with the Goyo, with the Legion, you've got multiple things that can slow down these attackers and force them to waste time. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. You've even got, technically speaking, even the Surya Gates are for that reason, but you don't want to take risks like that. Desmond with that peek nearly got his head taken off, as Ashami would have happily done so with the striker here. Grenades out, that's going to take away the deployable camera as well. Good use of utility here from the attacker. Sparko taking a bit of damage as he peeks the bathroom window, same as last time. But of course, this time there's no clash to stop him from staying there. But he's not going to anyway, because he took that bullet to maybe the arm, and he's like, okay, you know what? Probably not the best situation to be in. Probably not the best place to peek for me. Yellow Stairs, Ven has taken control of it pretty much with the barbed wire going away. But once again, these Banshees are going to be what makes the difference from the last round. Slow it down. That's what WontStopPeeking is trying to do. Slow things down and try to dictate the pace of the round.
You have 4 operators with slowing down agency available to you, so that's exactly what they have been looking for. Until now, the ones between 1 minute 14 seconds left on the clock. Ionzer has made his way into the building yet again to the same window he did last time. Has not been spotted on. Andy's going to be tucked behind the vending machine over here in case it comes up to the place. Sparko's going to be entering the building inside of administration office for himself. The 1 line charge has been dispersed. No one gets caught out over here. Oh, but the ping's going to be coming in. The pre-fire is there, but it's not enough. Desmond, quicker on the trigger, gets the kill onto Ven instead. So the 4 numbers that Blitzkrieg started the round with have been reduced to just 3 right now. Ionzer's at the window looking for maybe a pick, but here comes the nade on the vending machine. He actually tanks it, just barely staying alive from ND Cobra. So he's going to be sitting for that side. Ionzer is going to come in from this way, gets the kill up anyway, makes it a 3 versus 4. He's looking to make more headway, but this is where the slowdown comes in. The Rumi gates are there, the Goyos are available, so will be the Melusi. But you have a down on Desmond. You have Sparko picking up the kill onto Buccanators. Only actually 2 men alive. Ashami gets the kill as well on that side. Noob AF also goes down. Only Vinci's left standing, and he can't win the single gunfight against Ashami. Ashami is going to actually end up winning that one up. It was technically a 1 versus 1, and that's going to be the side of Blitzkrieg, technically from the last 3 rounds in a 4 versus 5, taking us all the way to the Decider Clubhouse map 3.
All right then, playing the 4v5 and Blitzkrieg pulling out the win on top of that. Well played to them, actually. No, that is like mad hats off to them, because they definitely had to pull up a lot more than they normally would have had to, right? They're playing in a handicapped position, and guess what? They managed to win it wasn't that they took a couple rounds. They managed to take the entire map away from WontStopPeeking, folks, and that is absolutely deserving of the praise here. 3 rounds back to back in that 4v5, technically 4 if you count the one that got rolled back. So all things considered, they did a fantastic job here. And that last round, I do have to say, though, WontStopPeeking, it really felt like they just completely fell apart or gave up, or I don't know what happened, because they were 5v3 up. They had all the advantage in the world, and yeah, a couple of bodies would have gone down with the way that the Lion and the Blitz were pushing, sure, but then a couple of Lion scans, a couple of pings, and then suddenly everybody falls by the wayside was what it felt like for these defenders here. And WontStopPeeking after that were just completely, well, roasted, toasted, packed up, and posted, as I like to say. Now, with that said, of course, it's not over, because since it's a 1-to-1 map count here, folks, we are going to be going into map number 3, the Decider map. And boy howdy, I'll tell you what, it is going to be quite the game indeed, because Decider map is Clubhouse, and that will be quite the map, because everybody's played Clubhouse. Everybody knows Clubhouse like the back of their hand at this point. That map used to be Oregon, which used to get played like 5 times a day, but now it's Clubhouse, the oldest map in this rotation. And I gotta say, I'm looking forward to it. But with that said, kind of closing thoughts on the map of Consulate. It was a map of a lot of trades, a lot of back and forth, and a lot of ups and downs, especially for WontStopPeeking. I think this was the most volatile we've seen them in this matchup so far, where they had really high highs, but then really low lows as well.
I think that's the best way to define it, like high highs and low lows. Especially in a 4v5, you're not being able to close out the rounds for yourself. You have the man advantage early on. Even in the last round that they played, made it a 5 versus 3. They still couldn't do much over it. That Andy Cobra's sitting in that vending machine angle. He's going to tag that grenade. He ends up going down. So you're pretty much losing a man for free at that point, because you're going to get crunched, and there's no answer from the opposite side as well. So honestly, WontStopPeeking have to improve in certain kinds of things over here in terms of your kind of micro transactions, over how you actually want to end up playing out maps, because Consulate was not it. Technically a map reversal of both sides, because Blitzkrieg won the map of WontStopPeeking won the map of Blitzkrieg, and we're going to go to Clubhouse at the end of the day. I think they're also going to be kicking themselves that they didn't ban the Blitz and they chose the Valkyrie instead.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the idea was behind that excuse me, behind that Hibana ban. Like, why would you like, why would you go there? Because like, it's not to say that Blitzkrieg were playing Blitz per se, that should have been the target ban, but like, you should have banned a shielder at that point, right? Even if it wasn't Blitz, if it was Blackbeard, I would still understand it, and maybe the end result would have been the same, and I wouldn't be talking about this right now instead, right? That might have been all that changes in the timeline, but at the end of the day, we saw a ban that really didn't make much sense in the grand scheme of things, and then the Blitz came out. Like, that's really all I have to say there now, because Blitzkrieg, well, it's in their name. Blitz is literally in the name. So they played to their strengths, and they played really, really well. So, you know, big hats off to them, of course, as we wait for the statistics. Oh, actually, we're not waiting anymore. We are going to get the statistics end of map here. And all things considered, for the side of BTC, once again, you can see Nippon really pulling out all the stops. 100% cost there. 14 and 6 in terms of the kill death, and a 2-0 first kill entry. Not bad. Actually, that's a standout performance amongst a bunch of really good performances. But if we're talking about entries, Desmond going 4-0 in entry total, that is definitely really, really good for WontStopPeeking. Desmond is certainly quite the good entry player, of course, but at the end of the day, you can only do so much by being an entry player, because the rest of the team kind of faltered, especially in that second half.
Yeah, that's what you can see there. Like, he's got 4 entry frags, and even Buccaneers has 2 as well, but you can't actually capitalize on it. That makes a lot of difference for you. I think Nippon's play can be summarized in that 4-piece that he picked up behind that Clash Shield, right? With him on that mute. He just did phenomenally well for himself. But guys, that's been map 2 at the end. We're going to be heading into map 3, but before we jump into that, we're going to be taking a very short break.
bad. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Elite Community Series for Rainbow Six Siege X here at Frag Nation in partnership with Ubisoft. My name is Blackjack, and of course with my co-host here, Madness, we are back once again for this best of 3 qualifier match, Semifinal 1. It's been a hot minute, but we are back indeed. Once again, technical difficulties. We apologize for the delay, but we are here, we are ready, and we are getting into map 3, the Decider Clubhouse.
Clubhouse indeed, and like you said, this is a tried and tested map played by a lot, one of the oldest maps in the book, so people will have to get creative if they want to catch their opponents off guard whatsoever. But as you can see, we have everybody here in the lineup, but we do have a substitution. Looks like Mojo has come in instead of Andy Cobra, so there's going to be a substitution for the side of WSP. So WontStopPeeking has a new addition. Maybe this can answer the troubles that they faced in basically a 4 versus 5 where they ended up losing. But the standard bans will be coming in. It's going to be the A, it's going to be the Mira taking out of the picture as well. I'm expecting maybe even a Kai just to mess around a bit, but no, I think they'll leave that open. The Maverick definitely makes complete sense, as well as this. I mean, the Maverick is so good at tricking over here. You can do quite a bit on the 2F sides, but see, that's out of the picture, at least for WSP overall over here.
Beautiful bans, all things considered, and Maverick being a little bit more map specific for Clubhouse, as you mentioned. So now we're going to be going into Basement Church and Arsenal Room here, folks, for round number 1. Let's get this show on the road. We have been waiting for this map 3. I know all of us at home have been waiting as well, so let's not waste any more time. We have ourselves a Goyo coming into play from a Shami. Goyo, of course, a little bit more of a frequent flyer when it comes to the map of Clubhouse. You see him a little bit more regularly is what I mean to say. Of course, Sparkle back on the Frost, something that we've kind of come to expect, I would say, because Sparko in the last couple of maps has really been leaning into playing the Frost on defense, and it's worked out with relative success. So all things considered, keep going in that regard. Ion's bringing in the mute, of course, a little bit of intel denial, as you always do, joined by his SAS brother, the Smoke, then bringing in that operator, and of course running it out with Nippon with the Aruni. So a little bit of denial, a little bit of delay. It's a pretty well-rounded team composition over there. And on the attacking side, you've got your usuals, you've got Ram, you've got Zero bringing in the secondary heart breaches, you've got Grim with more secondary heart breaches, and you've got the breacher herself, Hibama.
Making a hole!
A lot of breaches honestly coming in for himself, but you can already see Grim using the hard breach secondary gadget for himself, opening up avenues into Dirt Tunnel if he wants to go for him. This is already a very fast take. The Ram's already been used to open up most of that floorboard in that hallway as well outside that hatch, and Buckinator is looking to also make his way entry, but Ben is just waiting in Dirt Tunnel. If anybody makes a move, he's ready to strike, but he has an SMG, also has a shotgun if he needs to go. He's still going for the setups. They're not maybe assured that people have already walked into the building from the side of WSP. The Thatcher is there, but I'm not quite sure how much you're going to be using that right about now. You're going to be anyway using secondary EMP, but Desmond with the hatch can use a lot opening. Buckinator is just roaming around on that 1F side. A pre-fire coming out, not going to hit anybody. You can hear the drone coming, instantly gets neutralized by the jammer. C4 getting prepped in the hands of Ion. Sparko feeling some pressure from angles, but as of yet, nothing happens. He spots out Buccaneer, throwing that camera, gets the camera out of it. There's a small crack in the floorboards if you can actually make a peek out of it. Sparko, yeah, as you said, yet again on the Frost, which he played excellently in Cafe, especially on the 3F side. As no move has been made, finally hatches are starting to come open.
Hatches being blown wide open, as you would expect on the map of Clubhouse. So, of course, time is what really matters here. Now, of course, Sparkle being on top floor, some people would say that, hey, why didn't he deny the kitchen hatch from there? The problem with that is that you never know if you're going to get peeked vertical up from that same angle. After all, there is a window that allows you to do just that. Like how Ashami here is peeking it down up onto that Hibana. Right, giving her a little bit of trouble. That's exactly what you want to do when it comes to this particular angle, and the angle going from kitchen up. And also the fact that Hibana hasn't really gone for the hatch yet, but finally will do so. Vinci gets the kitchen hatch breach, but now is where time comes into play. 35 and less remain on the clock. The Aruni gate is still there, so that's going to be another piece of denial. And then maybe even the Goyo canister if there is a Vulcan here. But the Frost is still up above as Nippon falls on the other side. Desmond takes that kill. Flashbangs are coming in, so the drop is going to happen in just a sec. And that's, of course, a push from Blue. Flashbangs are out, and the Ashe flashes herself. The Ram, I should say. There goes Noob on the other side. Wait a minute, Buckinator fell just a minute ago as well. 3v4 situation with the attackers in a bit of a tizzy here. Drop is caught. Vinci to fall, and there goes Mojo. There goes Desmond, as BTZ on the defense will comfortably take round one.
Very comfortably. Time was ticked away. There's only a few entry points you can make them from the hatch. Everybody falls pretty much into a death trap over there. It took the Hibana so long to even open up the hatch, because like we were talking about, Ashami was just playing a bit of cat and mouse to that peek hole on the ground towards that window. So it's a lot hard in terms of how you want to go for it, but that's going to be your basement getting locked down as your first side. One round in the books of Blitzkrieg, already in map number 3 of the semi-final 1, and looks like we're going up 2F to gym and bedroom for the second side over here. And good comps coming in. You have the castle, you have the frost, you have nothing actually to deny the breach outside. You're gonna have maybe a mid jammer with the castle with this deployable shield as well. You have a lot of avenues to fight it through in this bathroom side as well. From the side of WSP, they are lining it up with hard breaches. You got the Hibana, you got the Thermite. Maybe changes will be made if they know that it's a different site, and Thatcher is still available as well. This is the first time we're seeing it becoming pretty much consistency inside of WSP to bring out that operator.
It is interesting to note about that Thatcher consistency being brought in, right? Because Thatcher was also available in both of the other maps that we played, like Consulate and Cafe. He was never really banned, it was just they never had the room to bring Thatcher, and this is true for both teams, actually. I don't recall BTZ bringing out Thatcher once either, maybe for a round or two, but it would have been inconsequential as it's not in my memory at the moment. But whether or not Thatcher was played before, he certainly is being played now. And that is what we kind of will be seeing. As on the map of Clubhouse, Thatcher is a little bit more of a mainstay, especially with the number of breachable walls that exist on the top floor of this map. You've got the single wall in construction, you've got the jacuzzi wall by bedroom hallway, you've of course got the CCTV wall, you've got the wall in garage. Like, there's like a billion walls, and every now and again you need an EMP, like a proper EMP, not the secondary impact EMPs, to get that breach done. So all things considered, good thinking from WontStopPeeking's attack to get that. But you know, we've talked enough about Thatcher. Let's talk about the fact that Ven just went down. That's your Melusi off the board early on as well, as that is one big body to take at the minute 50 mark.
Minute 50 mark is taken away. Now you're opening up breaches outside as well. The main door has been opened into CCTV at this point. You're going to be walking in here as that Mojo doesn't get it, but it's Buckinator gets the kill onto Sparko instead. It's a 5 versus 3 for WSP as they work down the time. They still have a lot on the clock, 1 minute 30 seconds to make this approach. Even this breach outside as well, outside gym, wall, is a huge amount of things about how much time can be taken. You have to watch so many angles if you are the defenders right now. Shami's in 2 minds about where exactly he has to look. There's thinking maybe someone stuck behind the bomb chest, but it's not. Buckinator gets the kill onto Irons there. That's a castle out of the equation. Only Nippon and Ashami left alive. Make that only Ashami as Nippon falls down to the hands of Buckinator, who's on a triple kill in this round. It's just that lone Wamai who's left alone. Here comes the flames as well to deny the Wamai with the corner out. They know he's at the 90 angle. Desmond catches Ashami on his retreat, and that's going to be a very clean round coming in for the attackers.
I do like this kind of back and forth in the early rounds that we see from BTZ and WSP, right? Both of them in the map so far have been 1-1 tied in round 3, and that kind of shows that both of them tend to take the first rounds, like the first 2 rounds, to really just download their opponents, right? To understand what the initial strategies are, what their push style is like, what their defensive style is like, and then kind of go from there. And that's what we're seeing here once again, with both teams taking 1 round off each other going into round number 3. So essentially, this could kind of be seen as the true start of this map, right? Because now they both know what to expect, and now they know, like, now they have an idea of how to counter. Thinking of how Ven is bringing in the Fenrir, right, with the FNAT now. We didn't have FNATs before this, or Fenrir, I should say, and for good reason. They didn't think they'd need it, but now they feel like they do. And of course, those FNATs, we've seen them be hyper effective. Fenrir is actually one of those defenders who gets banned fairly frequently these days. So the fact that he's in play is certainly something that WontStopPeeking will have to take into account. And speaking of roles that have changed, Nippon now on the mute, as on the other side, Ions has decided to bring in the Ella with, of course, the Scorpion SMG. Ever so deadly, of course, the Scorpion has seen better days. We all remember its heyday, right? High damage, high fire rate, with that massive magazine capacity. 1 mag was almost enough to take down an entire attacking squad. Ooh, that was the day of terror. But with that said, round 3, we've got the double breacher comp from WontStopPeeking once again.
Double breacher comp yet again. The Thatcher also still into effect. They've opened up the server wall in a fairly quick fashion, but it is the other side that they have to worry about right now for themselves. The gym and bedroom, where the actual sites are, where the A&B bomb sites are located. You're going to be droning in to Crash TV. You're not going to be spotting out anybody. You're walking up the stairways as well. I think we've only seen 1 time other in this entire series that Ella was being played, and even then we didn't get to see it for that much longer. But oh my god, this might be Buccaneer getting the first pick over here. He's going to use the flames of the Captor to flush out of his opponent. Here comes the Wamai as well. You're walking into his hands, but you actually get the kill, and you don't walk into the Frost Trap. You're mindful of that at the same time. There's 2 sensors on the wall, but that Wamai timing was not for him. Buccaneer comes up out on top. On the other hand, Desmond has also fallen down, making it a 4 versus 4. Buccaneer is also low on HP, and this is the Fenrir we're talking about. It gets spotted out on the earlier mark, but you actually get it neutralized as well. And now you can see the walls are going to be opened up in the main hatch, and the Fenrir is positioned in case it needs to get opened up. Hibana is actually thinking about what kind of holes she wants to make in that scenario about it. Look, she's making a couple of peak holes for herself. We're using 4 of the charges as of yet. 1 minute 21 seconds left on the clock. Even Mojo has taken a bit of a beating. You're gonna spot that one out. Maybe a pre-fire angle could be good into it, but no, they don't get anything as of yet. As you're still creeping in, you are holding every single. The Hibana hole is not catching anybody in gym. As you're this close, someone close inside the bathroom. If you can maybe get a pre-fire angle on that, that could come out good for you. But 1 minute left on the clock, as these teams are still just waiting on the time. It's still a 4 versus 4. Hibana is now making a breach into that kitchen, into the bathroom. But the Mew Jammer comes into effect over here, Blackjack.
Now, I am a bit curious as to why Jacuzzi Wall has been left reinforced, because in the last round they got a full breach going there pretty quickly at that too. But here we go, Vinci with the Pico gets a big one at that, Sparko to fall, and now they know there's somebody in bathroom, so that's someone that Vinci could apply pressure onto. Ven taking damage on the other side as Mojo pushes up real far into logistics. C4 comes out, but will not be detonated, because guess what? They are all taken off the board. It's all up to Ven, the last one in bathroom. He's taking damage, and he's going to be taken off the board 6 feet under. And that's the second round on Gym Bedroom that WontStopPeeking have won, making it 2-1 in their favor.
Yeah, this Gym Bedroom does not seem to be working out for Blitzkrieg at the moment whatsoever. They're getting started from both sides. They're not even trying to deny either of the breaches, either in CCTV or towards outside of the gym wall. So that's just going to continuously get open. They're going to have to make some changes. But now we get to see their third bans from both the teams, as we're in the maybe quarter stage of the map. As we can see, it's going to be the Thermite getting banned out aside the guy. They do still have the Hibana open for your breach charges, but other than that, everything else has been wiped out. Even the Maverick has been banned from an earlier stage as we head on into it. It looks like we're going back to the basement, where Blitzkrieg was fairly successful. They had made kind of desperate. They denied a lot of timing earlier on, especially because of the roams that were being placed from themselves. And WSP gonna have to keep that in mind once they hit the site again.
Yeah, this
Attackers
basement
need to
site was
locate and
not a very good showing for WontStopPeeking in round 1, but this is now round 4, post-bans, post-kind of everything. As of bans for, of course, the, excuse me, the latter half of this first bit have been taken care of. And that, of course, is Thermite and Kaid. Again, no real surprises that it's an all-out breacher ban for the side of the defenders. Kaid is a little bit interesting, though, from WontStopPeeking, because we haven't really seen a Kaid, right, from these defenders yet. And I'm not sure if we would have seen one. Even then, they still have Thatcher, they have secondary AMPs from Dokkaebi, from Grim, and they, of course, have the Hibana. So not necessarily super important as a ban, but at the same time, I understand you probably didn't. They probably didn't think that Fenrir would be played very frequently, and guess what? Fenrir isn't in this round, so it's all in all a good ban, especially on the map of Clubhouse, is what I was trying to say, right? But with all that said, of course, I'm interested in that Finka pick from Desmond, of course. Finka, very good operator, not as good as she maybe used to be, especially during the days of the LMG meta, but still a terror to behold because she can outright heal her excuse me, her allies over time. Of course, back a few patches ago, Finka mostly just gave bonus health that would fade over time, right? But that's no longer the case. She is a proper healer, which is good for her and good for the team. But the question is the Finka worth bringing in place of a Ram, which is what they're missing here? I guess we'll just have to wait and find out.
And yet again, the dirt tunnels are going to be opened up. Yet again, Striker is going to be doing his job. The Scopos comes in for Van, so maybe cross-map play coming from him maybe later on. You're going to open yet again the same kind of holes underneath hatches in case you want to go for peaks. But Hibana's actually working on a faster note this time. The hatch up top of blue is going to be opened up at a fairly faster rate. Here comes the finger charge that we were talking about. Maybe at the speed of moving in, you're going to be meeting players over there. Mojo gets the kill onto Ian Zera, who was maybe on the catwalk. Unfortunately, could not get any trades whatsoever. So it's 5 versus 4 in favor of WSP. Oh, nice shot through the wall by Desmond. Somebody check this man's PC, because that was a beautiful wall bang coming in onto Sparko. And Sparko, I think, is also going to be left, scratching his head. What just went wrong with him on that side? But Dirt, you're making some advancement. Shami's trying to fire back, firing off basically warning shots at this point, preventing Mojo from walking. But there's a camera that if you don't get out of the way, Mojo's going to know exactly where you are at all times. And if you back slightly behind Dirt, you're going to get caught out. But into blue comes... No, Buckinator goes down to the hands of Nipun. Nipun was ready for it. He's trying to get the second man who's also channeling him. Here comes the flashback. He's completely flashed, and finally Nipun goes down to I am Noob AF. And from on top of the hatch, you can have people already waiting. It's a 4 versus 2 in favor of WSP. Although Shami and Ben left alone. Flashbangs galore coming in to maybe try and catch some damage. Ben's trying to pre-fire every single angle that he can find. But Shami's catching people down on the way our way. And you can see already at this point, Desmond walked into a frost trap. So he's going to be bleeding, not being able to sprint as well. It's a 2 versus 3. The plant's going down, but this cover fire. Ashami couldn't get the pick. Ben actually gets the other person. I am Noob AF gets the diffuser planter as well. Almost gets the guy in blue. It's a 1 versus 1. 15 seconds left, and the diffuser is down. Vinci has to run in, cast the diffuser as well. But look at the rotations coming in. Ben will claim victory in this round. Vinci could not do enough, and Ben very smartly continuously used to reposition and wins out the round. It was a 1 versus 3 that he won out in.
A 1v3 for Van, and beautifully done right there to take that victory. I think really WontStopPeeking played that round beautifully all the way to the very end, where just a couple of poor positions gave them away completely. Both players watching that same blue doorway was not really necessary, right? Because they had a little like breach line of sight on the reinforcement. They had the rotate to cover the Finka going for the plant, which yes, you should be doing. But then they also doubled up on it, and then the Finka's head was kind of exposed, to the door of Arsenal at the same time, right? So there was a lot to watch out for there, and they unfortunately seem to either forget about or the positioning of Ven, the Scopos, kind of slipped their minds. And you can't really do that with a player as proactive as Ven, or any of those players for that matter. So Ven gets the first one, and that's fine. And then because the Think Cassette was exposed from the boxes in Arsenal, she gets taken down. The plant doesn't happen, and Vinci was really left in like between a rock and a hard place situation, right? You either go for the kill and get traded out, or you go for the plant, potentially giving away your position, and then get taken out anyway, right? So there was only so much they could do. So with that said, Equalizer coming in 2-2 as we move into round number 5. And this is going to be interesting because it's second floor CCTV, yes, but you don't have access to Thermite or Ace or Maverick, leaving Hibana as the only one who could get that main breach done. And with the Capitao in play, you could potentially do that trick of breaking open garage wall, excuse me, and then going from there. But we'll have to see what WontStopPeeking has in mind.
We will, and very smartly so they've not gone back to gym and bedroom when they failed 2 times in a row, so they're going to choose the other 2 as such as Cash, CCTV, and Garage completely reinforced on the bottom side. Picking's coming in slowly this time. 2 minutes left on the clock and Rust. Now Vinci is making his way towards this side. On a shorter note, Wamai very interestingly has thrown that Wamai on the top side of the ceiling just to deny in case any nades come later on to clear out that catwalk for himself. Now slight peeking coming in from Ven. Ven actually getting very zealous for himself. He's trying to get that first pick in right now. First blood definitely on the books. He's trying to catch out on Jordan. It looks like he has been spotted and that looked to be caught. Oh, maybe a pick coming in for a Shami, but no, could not catch out the opponent just in time. He made it across with just maybe taking a tick of damage. I think that's Desmond sitting out there. On the other hand, Mojo ends up going down to who he's currently knocked. He's still not dead. Oh, the timing from Ashabi just as he unscoped. That's when the peak came in, and you can see there's a drone that's actually spotting out where Shami is. So you know the peak's going to definitely come back in. There's a challenge definitely on the horizon. Here comes the pre-fires above the metal battle crate in front of him, but Mojo seems to have been picked up, so he is not down and out for the count. Sparko takes a bit of damage. On the other hand, 1 minute left. How much can they do? This garage door is again contested quite a bit, but for now Desmond is not making his move. He's going to use the Twitch drone to get rid of the Arumi that was on the door. Now maybe makes his way in, but instead Mojo gets the kill onto Sparko. Very interesting how that turn of events came in. He's trying to find foot beneath the table, but instead it's going to be Nipun getting the kill onto him, and Shami gets the kill onto Desmond. It's a 4 versus 1 technical because I am Noob AF is currently down, and he will actually end up going down completely. It's only Vinci left alive. 30 seconds left on the clock. He's still on the first floor. He has to make his way all the way around, but Ashami with a nice shot through the wall gets the kill, and that's going to be the round secured for them.
Alright. WontStopPeeking just kind of didn't really show up in that round. Looking at it, now that we, of course, are in this 3-2 scoreline, with Blitzkrieg now in the lead. Of course, it's not quite as commanding as, you know, the 3-1s that we have seen so far, or even the 4-1s in the previous maps, but it's still a good position to be in, because Clubhouse, at the end of the day, folks, it is a little bit more of a kind of even Stevens map, right? Attackers and defenders win fairly regularly on this particular compound, place, whatever you want to call it. And at the end of the day, that's kind of what happens when you have a map that's this old, right? Clubhouse is the oldest map in the current rotation of Rainbow Six Siege competitive maps. So, you know, lots of times it's been played, lots of defending and attacking teams have won on it, so it's a fairly well understood map, pretty much like the back of your hand. With that said, that last round, I did like the idea from WontStopPeeking because they did charge up red stairs and caught Sparkle by surprise, right? But that was the only kind of inroad they got, because they were just completely shut down after that with almost zero recourse for a trade or whatever. They lost all the bodies within the next 15 to 20 seconds, leaving Vinci once again pretty much stuck between a rock and a hard place, and now they themselves are 2-3 down.
They are 2 to 3 down, but more importantly, it's Blitzkrieg on the side that they haven't been able to defend at all yet. Now, charges are opening up the wall. Unfortunately for the bandit, he was a bit too late to put down his put down the bandit charges. The electrical not able to deny the hard breach that was used by the secondary gadget of Mojo of that striker. The wall's been opened up, but not opened up in the way you would like it to. You're still going to have to walk your way into it and basically crouch your way into it at that point. And you haven't even got to the main door as of yet. A couple of fires from the basement. Desmond and Ven are going to be trading HP bars pretty much over there. Desmond slightly coming out on top of it, but now he has to be careful about his next move. The diffuser in the hands of the Thatcher. They haven't made the move to actual site yet. They're still pondering if they want to walk in there, and Mojo is just waiting to see if he can strike at any given moment. A good angle here by Ion Zera holding on to the doorway over there, but as of yet, nothing coming of it. You're going to have to rethink your attack plan if you are WSP right now. They're still worried about entering through CCTV over there. More importantly, so there's a bulletproof camera in front of you, and Desmond actually gets the kill onto Sparko. Desmond was so low and he still managed to get a kill for himself. Now you're also even going to get the bulletproof camera. It's because Desmond walked in, I think, through the garage, through that catwalk as well. So he's made his way into this side. You're putting down Legion charges, but no one's actually going to be coming up the stairs right about now. Vinci takes quite a beating for his upside down rappel.
Shots fired. Vinci and Desmond are low, but the only body who's actually fallen is Sparko, the Frost. So all things considered, WontStopPeeking are still in a good position here. 65 seconds on the clock. They've got time on their hands. They've got the patience, hopefully, to make this work as well. Of course, we've got the Hibana outside of Jacuzzi wall as usual with her poke holes, kind of poking holes into the defense of BTZ here. Excuse me, but of course, this moment is kind of a calm before the storm. At least that's what WontStopPeeking would like for it to be, as Ions takes a bit of damage, crossing over it through Jim, gets taken down because Desmond's in construction. A little bit of a lack of knowledge right there, but guess what? There's somebody down below. That's Ven, who has been roaming this entire time. Nippon finds Noob on the other side and equalizes the body count. Very much needed here for BTZ, as they are still holding this down pretty well, all things considered. Buccanator falls, but there goes Nippon as well. It's an equalizer with 15 seconds remaining. They have to get in. The attackers need this to go their way. Grenade is going to do some damage to Ashami, but gets away in just the nick of time, as we have the Wamai at like 50 health. They don't have diffuser. It's outside. They don't have a way to get in from Jacuzzi wall as well. Unfortunate right there for WontStopPeeking, because they had the site control at the very end. Unfortunately, no breach on Jacuzzi wall meant that the diffuser was stuck outside with no way to get in, allowing BTZ to get the win by timer and put themselves on a 4-2 with quite a bit of momentum on their side.
In third time's the charm for them on that side, at least. The third time they tried it, this time worked out. Technically, they did not have side control at the end of it, but diffuser outside, what are you going to do about it if you're WSP? I think it even gave him, like, you know, that false hope that it's there in the corridor. That's why you saw him running up to it, but then he realized diffuser's outside, can't even get to it. So, unfortunate for him. The round goes over to Blitzkrieg. They're going to be happy going into the attack of being 4-2 in their scoreline. Azami gets banner as Maverick, pretty much standard here in Clubhouse as well. Azami's so good on that catwalk. Maverick tricks pretty much every single one. The Valkyrie ban, an interesting turbo that's gonna pretty much be aimed at Buccanator quite a bit, and the Hibana gets banned. So you're not banning out the Ace, you're not banning out the Thermite, you're choosing the Hibana instead. It's more hatch focus, I would say, or making like smaller holes in walls that you want to actually get away with. And they're already very correctly assuming that the opponent team, WSP, will be going basement, because you can already see the fuse is looking to get picked up.
Absolutely. Fuse is available, and that's going to be a pretty big factor here for the basement church site, right? The moment it gets seen, Ven will pretty much lock in on the fuse, and that is a little scary for WontStopPeeking's defense, as at the end of the day, Fuse, I mean, for years in Rainbow Six history, he was kind of seen as like almost a joke operator, right? You don't really want to play him because the cluster judgment is reliable, and he doesn't have much, he didn't used to have great secondary utility outside of that, and the only big redeeming factor for him used to be the AK-12. But that's no longer the case. Not only does he have one of the best assault rifles in the game, he also has access to secondary heartbeat charges, which instantly made him a lot more popular. And then they gave him a 4th cluster charge, and then they made the cluster charges follow a pattern. So after a point, he actually became a reliably usable operator when it came to verticality. Although, as I described his history in Rainbow Six history, guess what? He gets switched out, I should say, and Ven brings in the Twitch instead. Of course, that is a counterpick for the amount of singular utility or throwable utility that has been picked up by the side of WontStopPeeking's defense. Of course, you've got the Elysian Goo Mines, you've got the F-Nets, and of course, you've got the Kaid Electro Charges. So all things considered, a good pick to have Twitch, but with only the buck for verticality, I don't know if that trade was necessarily worth it, especially if Sparko goes down early, which has been a trend in this matchup so far.
It has been a trade. You can see Ace made a small hole for the Blackbeard to start walking into dirt. That's exactly what we want to be doing as a shield. But Buccaneer is coming in for the roam. He's come out of basement, come out of hiding. He's already going to be walking around. And default cams are going to check. The F-net has been spotted out as well. You're trying to neutralize that at your same time with a lot of safe positioning. And you don't want to walk too further up. A drone was spotted out. Desmond takes that care of that. Desmond's going to walk in. Oh, it's just to get the Twitch drone to prevent the F-net from going down. Don't know if he did get it in time because he didn't hear the damage actually coming out. But here comes the verticality on top. You also have Sparko who's going to be opening up holes with the buck gun as well, and maybe you're going to start working your way down from that because you only have this. You don't even have hard speed charges to open up breach the hatches. You only have Nipun with some ace. You're going to need 2 ace charges actually to open up the hatch, and that unfortunately is not going to be the kind of utility prioritization that you actually want to end up going for. So hatches mostly won't get open. A nice cheeky angle by Ashami from dirt, a long part of the angle. He might be spotting out the head. It's going to peek him soon, maybe at this point. He's behind a bunch of debris, but nothing of that will be a matter. Ion actually gets picked out by Buccaneer on Buccaneer's zones. We were talking about him leaving the basement, and man's gone for hunting. You see that Ven doesn't actually know he got shot for a second. He was confused about where the bullets were flying for, as there's only 40 seconds left on the clock, but it's going to be Buccaneer with this amazing roam. Gonna catch out Sparko, who's not sure if anyone's ahead of him. He's sprinting towards himself, but at the same time Ven catches onto Vince. He's trying to neutralize the number. It's still 4 versus 3 in favor of WSP. Only 3 attackers left. Make that 2 because Nipun goes down. He's currently knocked down, not out of the count as they wait. Ashami is going to get spotted in tunnel because he walked over Legion charge, and Ben gets the pick onto Mojo. So suddenly numbers are not looking that good for either the defenders as well. Blackbeard has walked in. Can he actually get the kill charges for himself? Nipun has been picked up, but the plant should be going down. Ben gets another kill on Desmond from above. Nipun almost got the diffuser down. No one's going to be stopping him as of yet. Blackbeard is going to be walking to F nets, but it's not enough. He still gets the kill. Finally, I am Noob AF gets the kill onto Nipun from above. Ben is trying to provide as much cover fire as possible, but Ashabi is sitting here with the Blackbeard. He has no qualms whatsoever. His feet get tickled slightly, but he has the upper ground advantage in the hands of Ashami. It's a 2 versus 1. How much can this Fender do? He knows there's a verticality play as well. He maybe has to get that guy first before the Blackbeard. He's walking up to Blackbeard. Blackbeard has to be a bit careful. He gets knocked down. He gets actually completely eliminated. A double kill. He needs a triple kill if he wants the round, but Ben, very smartly so, is hiding himself. He's only going to show himself when the tick of the diffuser is going to come in. Now is that time. He's going to come in. He sees this off. There's no more time left. It's just a fight right now. Ven comes out on top, and Ven with this verticality will secure the round for his team.
Once again, WontStopPeeking. They played a pretty good round overall, only for it to all collapse at the very end. And this time to an even simpler push than it happened a few rounds ago. The last time we saw this happen was in Basement Church in round number 4, where there was a 1v3 clutch that had to be pulled out. I do believe by Ven once again, right? At least whoever was playing the Scopos in that round. This round as well, we have yet another situation of BTZ pulling out a round that they were in a heavy disadvantage. Excuse me there. In this regard, the 3v5, as they really didn't have much leeway going into sight. All they had was the kitchen hatch and the Blackbeard pushing in with the ace, going in to the actual arsenal room. That's about it. Other than that, they really really didn't have much going for them. And even then, Nippon had a Gumine in his shin until he could actually take it out and start planting. So he was really low on health as well. It was scary for that team there. And even then, you just saw WontStopPeeking taking singular fights and pretty much wide peeking everything until suddenly they were in a 3v1. I'm not sure how that ends up happening, but it did, and WontStopPeeking, well, they lost the round because of that. And now we have ourselves a 5-2 with BTZ in a very commanding position, having taken the first round of the second half, which is of course their attacking half, I should say. Blackbeard's back in play, and it's just a case of WontStopPeeking losing steam and losing it fast.
Exactly, they've lost steam quite so far. I think it all started from the second map actually towards the ending part. And from that point, I think we've seen a slight downhill trend for the side of WontStopPeeking. But now, again, it's going to be the basement side. This is going to slowly make their way towards side. Again, the Blackbeard is going to come out in the hands of Ashami. They're going to be looking to open up dirt with the help of Einzir on this striker. Here's going to be the first hard breach. Here's going to be the second hard breach. And you still have the ace to try and open up hatches. Otherwise than that, or just open up, sides, because that's the only play that you can make. The verticality has to be considered. You have to have roamers coming in from the side of WSP right now. As of yet, we don't actually see anything on that variety. Already vertical holes have been opened up, maybe actually for the defenders to help defend it. And Ashami again with a cheeky angle dirt this time, gonna pay dividends, gonna get the kill onto Mozer, who's looking to maybe make just a slight pre-fire, and is gonna pay with his life. So Rumi knocked out of the picture, very early first kill coming in from the side of Blitzkrieg. It's a 5 versus 4 right now. Even Vinci's gonna take a slight bit of damage, and they have to always keep aware of this dirt angle right now for the side of WSP.
That's one of the places Blackbeard really shines right now in the map of Clubhouse, which is Dirt Tunnel, overlooking the Arsenal boxes really, really far in, and Vinci's going to take even more damage right now. The Kaid has to kind of fall back, and responsibly so. Conserve your life, but I'm not sure if Noob has exactly gotten that memo per se, because we did see a couple of cheeky peeks as Buccanator's going to find Sparko. Wait a minute, Buccanator's on the first floor, coming back around for a late round flank, potentially speaking, finds Sparko. That's once again Sparko being taken down as the first body for these attackers to be lost. Now, of course, the Legion is going to get kind of aggressed upon here, but Buccanator just chooses, all right, you know what? You guys can come hunt me down all you want. I'm going to be up here in logistics. Don't mind me, as the attackers now have to push site aggressively. So they need to get in here. Sven takes a bit of damage on blue. Someone's playing towards Oil Pit Corridor. Ions finds Buccanator on the other side. Very much need to kill, but 15 seconds remain. They gotta get in here, and they gotta get in here fast. They don't have kitchen hatch, so they've had to come down main stairs, and this is where things are gonna go wrong for them if they don't steady the ship, and they aren't able to. Vinci gets Ven, and there we go. The final bodies just collapse at the tail end of the round, denying kitchen hatch. I think they got Kaid tricked on that hatch as well, which is probably what stopped them, along with Buccanator's roam in the late round. Well played by WontStopPeeking, this time a lot more measured, a lot more evenly thought out, and that helps them bring one round back for themselves, hopefully one of many. At least that's what they'll be saying.
Yeah, it's still a bit of an uphill battle to still climb up at this point, because now we're going to the 2F side. We're going to gym and bedroom. Bit of controversial side compared to what this game has been seeing right now between both these teams. It's a good side to defend depending on how you're going to end up playing it, right? And that's why the Thatcher is going to be coming in for Einzir. They want to make sure the wall gets opened with the help of the ace, because they only have one type of hard breacher. But maybe even a thermite would be good just to open up the wall completely clearly, but they're choosing not to bring that into play as of yet. A lot of shotguns. Everyone's secondary gun seems to be a shotgun on the side of WSP. You make so many more rotations for yourself. It looks like Ashami looks to be making the switch with Ven between their operators right now. They're currently thinking about it. They have 10 more seconds to pretty much assume that. But the Mira, the first map we've seen where the Mira has not get banned, the Mira is going to be in action over here. And that's so good in holding that shower angle for yourself around the jacuzzi wall.
Mira in play on the map of Clubhouse. I guess we're gonna be able to see exactly why this operator gets banned so very frequently. Of course, AF has the freedom to put down those black mirrors anywhere they want, and in this case, It's probably going to be one on bathroom window and one, well, bathroom wall facing out into the jacuzzi wall, which is a pretty common spot. And the other one might be in logistics overlooking construction. At least that would be where I have seen a lot of people put those mirror windows. For the time being, with the castle barricades in play, of course, that allows for the breach to stay, well, unbreached for as long as possible. But there is ace in play, so it's not going to be closed for that much longer. Nippon has gone on the way to get CCTV breached, and there you go. Ashami is already in here. A little bit of inroads happening on the map as nobody was really holding this part. You can even see the construction single wall is reinforced here. And a little bit of Kaid tricking from Vinci is actually going to be successful, which denies them the breach on construction, at least the exterior. Interior walls are going to be breached, and that's going to allow a deep line of sight from Cash Room all the way to Gym. But the question is, how much is... Oh, the one tap! Alright, as Sparko finds Desmond on the other side.
That one tap could be heard throughout the map. Shami take a bow for that, but in the meantime, Mocho gets the kill onto Van. It's a 4 versus 3 in favor of Blitzkrieg right now. They even cracked one of the other Black Mirrors that was in Logi, so that can be an effect. And you can already see Ashami jumping in, neutralizes the frost mat, and he's laying it below, so no problems for himself. Ashami gets another, this time onto Mojo as well. He's got a double kill. Sparko gets the kill onto Bucket. The sole member alive is going to be the mirror, going to be I am Noob AF. As soon as he walks back into the shower, his head is taken clean off his shoulders, and that's going to be, I believe, match point for Blitzkrieg right now.
Indeed. Match point, series point, well, all the points for Blitzkrieg here and now as they find themselves 6-3 up. And technically speaking, they have 3 match points to really play around with as well. That's the level of comfort we're talking about here, folks. And WontStopPeeking, well, 3 rounds of near perfect siege if they want to progress into the grand finals of Qualifier 1 here at the South Asia Elite Community Series and get potentially the best possible seeding for themselves in the playoff stage. Whether or not that happens, of course, it'll be determined by these next few rounds as we're going back to gym and bedroom. And in terms of bans, of course, we had the Thatcher and the Mira who have been taken out of the running, which is interesting to say the least, because I think WontStopPeeking hasn't really had that much issue with Thatcher being available as it has been with the fact that, you know, breaches have happened with near impunity, right? They are not playing Bandit, especially on this jacuzzi wall or any of these walls. So banning the Thatcher just kind of doesn't make sense if you're not going to have breach denial. Or actually they do, never mind. I nearly lost it for a second, but they do have breach denial. That is to say, Vinci bringing in the K. My bad, folks. It's been a long day, okay?
It has been a long day.
Indeed it has, yeah. Those electric claws are going to be very, very useful. Thatcher being banned for that regard actually is really smart, all things considered. But even then, with the Thatcher out of play, you could still get somebody with secondary EMPs or Sophia on the window of, you know, Jim, and that's still someone who can take them out. So there's really a lot of counterplay happening, and at the end of the day, I guess it's really just down to each individual team. With that said, of course, we have Sparko already getting the gas pipe here on the mid stairs. That's going to stop a little bit of rotations as we now move in to the action phase of round 10. Had to quickly count.
Denari is going to be pivoting that. Buccaneer is going to be bringing out this operator yet again. But at least I think without the Thatcher, it's much easier for the Kai to go for his tricks if he does it properly, right? So I think that's the kind of avenue that they're trying to go for. At least deny completely the jacuzzi wall for themselves. Desmond's going to be playing on this staircase outside central stairs, and he's going to be walking down. He's maybe trying to get a pick. Not quite sure. He's just going to actually re-barricade that window instead, so they don't have to be continuously worrying about that being an angle. But from below, A lot of havoc caused by Iron Zero. Ashami is going to get another kill, this time on to Mojo. He's going to be the first pick of the round. So Ashami on this Sophia has been throwing, and Ven gets the kill on Bucket Eater through the Claymore. A runout was made, and the runout costed the life of Bucket Eater and that Denari. So it's technically a 5 versus 3 with WSP backing at the wall. This is their last chance to prove how much they deserve to stay in this semi-final round. Because they lose one more, they're out. And this Iron Roof, this slight jiggle peak actually gets whittled down to below the 50 HP mark. A lot of openings being opened up by Sparkle. He's firing through the wall, just trying to create as many gaps as possible, keep the minds of WSP guessing right now. He's almost got it. You're going to have the wall completely broken open finally into Logi. There's someone just waiting on the side. Spark gets the kill onto Desmond's, only up to I Am Noob AF as well as Vincent. Vincent's the only guy with a full HP. Make that Nippon, yeah, taking him down. So it's only I Am Noob AF alone by himself, and that's not going to be enough. It's a flawless round to close out this series. Blitzkrieg will be moving on, and unfortunately for the side of WontStopPeeking, their journey in Qualifier 1 ends here.
It is what it is what they'll be saying, but Blitzkrieg is certainly going to be celebrating here tonight. Of course, not too happily, because of course this just means they've gotten themselves into grand finals and potentially to get the best seeding possible in the playoffs here. They will be your winners here at qualifier number 1 and our first grand finalists for qualifier number 1 as well, beating out the side of WontStopPeeking in a 2-1 scoreline here at this best of 3. Big congratulations to the team of Blitzkrieg BTC as they have moved on to the grand finals in pretty good fashion, emphatic fashion, as well as the last map was a 7-3 in their favor, as they really seem to find their footing right towards the tail end of the match. I mean, really, it's been a case of these individual maps getting less and less close over time, because we're 8-6 in map number 1 to WontStopPeeking, then 7-4 to BTC in map number 2, and then, of course, 7-3 here now as well. So, all things considered, they definitely gave us a great showing and gives us a lot to look forward to when we eventually move to grand finals on Sunday.
And just not that, even in map 2, halfway through the map, it was technically a 4v5 for them, right? And they still ended up coming out of, I think that has to be added to the mixture over here. They were almost out of the series in the map. It looked like that situation when they had one player disconnect, could not actually come back to the game, maybe just due to technical issues at the point. But they still powered through, and in pretty good fashion, even after the round was rolled back where they won at 4v5. So I think that's going to be props off to Blitzkrieg for actually making it through that way. WontStopPeeking, unfortunately, will be kicking themselves for not capitalizing maybe on that opportunity that was presented to them in map 2. And like you're saying, map 3 went even more in Blitzkrieg's favor. They WontStopPeeking just could not deal with what they were dishing out. This last defense, especially, like, it's a flawless round to end it out. And I think map 3 a lot of it is also due to Ashami with these opening frags. The entry picks that he was getting for his team were phenomenal.
Absolutely, no. Yeah, the entry picks have been really good for BTC. And just overall, you know, both teams have had great performances in general. I think the only standout in terms of negative performances, and even then it's not really negative performance, but statistics-wise it might not count as a really positive one either, is Sparko in map number 3, as Sparko really seemed to slow down in Clubhouse, right? We didn't see too much of the there's a ton of words that just raced through my head, but of course, there's not a lot we saw of the OG Siege player in that particular map. It was more so Sparko letting the others kind of play in his stead. He played more of the support roles, the breachers, the soft breachers, kind of the anti-entry with the frost as well. And we saw a couple of frost mats pop off as well, right? So all things considered, it wasn't that he was completely absent from the map, it's just that he wasn't a very active member of the team in the map. And at the end of the day, even then, he had an impact, which of course is what you really hope for, even when playing support roles, when it comes to a big best of 3 like this. Now, we did mention that it has been a long night so far, and folks, trust me when I say it has been a long night indeed. But of course, we're not quite done yet. We'll have a look at the statistics of the entire matchup so far, and of course the individual map number 3 as well. And you know, we'll get time to discuss more about entry frags and all that, and cost and all that stuff. And of course, we might also have a little segment for one of the team members later on after that as well. So with all that said, before we move into the more analytical side of the post-show here, somewhat final closing thoughts here for map number 3. Honestly, BTZ took it and with in emphatic fashion, right? Really, just there isn't much else to say after that.
Yeah, there isn't. Honestly, WSP found quite lacking in terms of their defense, honestly, in that second half. They could not do much in the basement. The basement take was probably one part where they came out slightly okay, but then you go to gym bedroom, they can't deal with the amount of pressure being pushed from all sides. They chose to ban their Thatcher as their third ban, still didn't work out for them. Ashami was just a menace on the Sophia with those entry frags. Like, I think he's got the first kill in the second half the most out of any person on that team, because he's just been completely going forward on the Sophia. And like you're saying, Sparko took like a slightly roll back, but that's still going to be the experience on the head. He's still going to be dishing out information to his team, still going to be calling for his team as well as the side leg. So there's always that point that you have to keep in mind. But without any further ado, let's take a look at that statistical part that we were talking about. As you can see over here, not quite sure about this because Desmond's got 4-0. I think this might be from the last map, if I'm not wrong, over here, Blackjack.
Yes, I do believe this is from Clubhouse here. And yeah, this gives us a chance to really look into the entry kills and all of that good, juicy stuff. Nippon, once again, 14-6 with 2-0 on entry. Well played to that player right there. BTZ really popping off on this particular map. But of course, if we're talking about entry, Desmond still holds the best entry for the entire lobby here. 4-0, as Desmond really has just kind of shown us that if you want someone to entry frag for you, it should be that player. And that is, of course, for good reason. And on the other side, of course, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Feel a little
I told you,
I
told you, this is from Consulate, if I'm not wrong. Because I can see Nippon's kitty, and then I'm seeing the entry frags, and I saw Ashami has 0 first kills. That made no sense to me. So I think we're gonna get that checked. But other than that, let's just talk a bit of how that game went. Honestly, like, what do you think WSP could have done better in that scenario, Blackjack?
Well, if you're talking about map number 3, I think really it was just a case of. Somewhere along the line, I feel like WontStopPeeking kind of completely gave out, right? Whether or not it was at the end of Consulate or at the beginning of, well, I wouldn't say it was at the beginning of this map. Actually, beginning of Clubhouse, they gave us quite a showing at least. Round number 2 and 3 were theirs, right? They had a lead very temporarily right there until, of course, BTZ started countering, and that's usually around the time where you start counter picking, and that's when, you know, you get deep into, oh, they countered us this way, so we countered them that way, and then they countered us this way, and all that psychological mind games that start happening as you get deeper and deeper into a game of Siege. But that's not what happened, right? Instead, WontStopPeeking, they tried a few different things. It didn't work out, and they just kind of seemed to stagnate very quickly. And the moment we got into the second half, there really wasn't much of a response from them, right? They didn't really give us much to chew on, except for a couple of moments of misplay. For instance, in round number 4, which was on Basement Church, they had... Well, actually, round number 4 Basement Church was one of the more interesting rounds, I would say, because BTZ, they pulled that out really, really well as well. It was one of those situations where we had a collapse from the attack of WontStopPeeking, and then in the second half, round number 7, once again, Basement Church, this one was one that really shouldn't have worked for BTZ the way it did, but then... WontStopPeeking completely fell apart by doubling up on the same kind of line of sight and then giving away the 1v3 to the Scopus, right? Ven, I believe, was playing the Scopus in that regard. So I think a lot of like mistakes like that where they doubled up on the wrong inputs, not wrong inputs, but the wrong areas and trying to do too many things at once in certain situations where they seem to not really have a direction or a plan. It was more so that they were winging it a lot, kind of relying on their fast and loose playstyle. And unfortunately, when you're map 3 deep in a BO3, and the opponent team knows you really well by now, you can't really do that fast and loose style because it only really works a couple of times, and after that you start actually getting predictable, which I think is what ended up happening.
I think so, absolutely concluded. But we're going to look at the overall score of this season. This series did go all 3 games, guys. It went the distance as Black. It's been a long day, but let's take a look at some of these statistics. Ashami, except for maybe that last map, was maybe a bit of a question mark throughout. We have 2 Ashamis apparently on that score. We're not sure which one is which. But maybe if we look at the other side, ND Cobra did not end up playing map number 3, was subbed out for Mojo, who came in. Didn't have the kind of impact that they were hoping, at least for the side of WSP. But look at the numbers Desmond produced. Like 34 kills in 26 deaths is pretty good. Look at that headshot percentage as well. 84.26 is a crazy number to have, and he's the only one on the side of WSP with a rating above a 1, right? So he's a 1.15. And at the end of the day, I think you have to give it to Nipun, kind of like the MVP with that rating with a 1.17. He's going to be on top of the book, but unfortunately the headshot ratio not looking as good as that Blackjack. But at the end of the day, I think Nipun completely flourished, especially from map 2 onwards.
Absolutely. Nippon definitely gave us a lot of good stuff there for the team for the entire matchup, all things considered. And definitely Map 2 Consulate was, I would say, one of Nippon's best showings, right? So all things considered, well played to them and the rest of the team. And of course, BTC once again, congratulations to them for making it to the grand finals of the first qualifiers here and now for, of course, the South Asian Elite Community Series here at Frag Nation in partnership with Ubisoft. But of course, folks, that's not the be-all end-all of what we have for all of you tonight, as of course I do believe we have a little segment coming up soon with one of the players from, and if I have my data correct here, should be WontStopPeeking, kind of getting a chance to ask them, you know, maybe what their thought process was going into this and maybe what they think could be improved, all that good stuff. You know how an interview goes, right, at the post-match segment, as it were. So we are definitely excited to do that, and we will get to that when we do have confirmation of it. But yeah, no, now that we've seen the stats kind of broken everything down, I think it really does come down to the fact that, at least in my observation, BTC carried through their momentum from Consulate really well. Definitely a lot more confident after winning like 4 rounds of 4v5. And then on the other side, WontStopPeeking, they definitely felt like they deflated towards the tail end of this matchup.
Yeah, they were definitely losing steam. I think even there's always like the top and bottom. But like you're saying, Blitzkrieg got, you know, momentum winning 45s. If you're losing a 5v4, that's also going to be adding a bit of detriment, right? You're going to honestly deflate after that. I would, as any player, would kind of slightly tilt in that kind of scenario. So definitely that should also be playing the minds heading into that map number 3. And unfortunately for them, it won't. It's the end of the journey in Qualifier 1 for the side of WontStopPeeking, but it's not the end of the journey in South Asia Elite Community Series, because they have qualified for their players. Technically, any matches you will be seeing, any teams you will be seeing have qualified. It's about seeding what these teams are fighting for. At least for them, they won't get that higher seeding, but they still have that chance in the playoffs to make their run, make the improvements that they require after seeing at least today's game. And I don't think Clubhouse is going to be that much of a decider map later on for them. And maybe Consulate pick has to be thought about in a different way, because I think when the Shields were introducing Consulate, they did not honestly understand how to deal with it or against it. And these kind of things should not be taken effect, especially if this is your map pick, right? You should have these kind of game plans going into the matchup at the beginning of the day. So at least unfortunately for them, that is not what happened. But that first map, I think what happened was WontStopPeeking, they started losing momentum even from map 1 onwards, because technically they were 5-1, right? They allowed it to go to overtime. And I think that also plays a lot on pressure, because you're playing 3 series, right, back to back. Even though there's gaps in between, Rainbow Six takes a lot of toll on you, technically mechanical wise, as well as thinking about the opportunities and where the game is going, right? So I think if they close out game or map number 1 in a faster fashion, it could have been a different scenario. Maybe they used the Aurora strat earlier on instead of maybe trying to look to save strats. It could have maybe a different kind of scenario actually by the time we hit map 3.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I do agree on the fact that map number 1 should have been a lot more clean from WontStopPeeking, especially with the way that they started out, right? They were I'm looking at, of course, the notes that I have here. 5-2, if I do recall correctly. Yeah, they were 4-1 up in the first half, and then it became 4-2, and then 5-2, and you get the point, right? So they had map point pretty early. And it was, or at least should have been, a case of them getting the win, or at least cleaning up house, say around 7-4, 7-5. But like you said, they ended up allowing it to go to overtime because either they wanted to save strats or they didn't want to play Raora, whatever it was. Whatever happened, well, it happened, and the rest is, as they say, history. But of course, after that, it was BTZ's game from there on out. 7-4, 7-3 in 2 maps back to back, pretty much doing a reverse sweep. But with that said, folks, we're going to be going into a little bit of an interview segment here with I'm Noob AF from the side of WontStopPeeking. Hello, how are you doing?
Hello guys. Good. I mean, I'm sad. So is the team. We did not perform well today. What we're generally known for. We did not do the basics. A bit of communication gap and stuff. You know how it goes. But yeah. I mean, we need more practice clearly, and I think we'll perform, like we'll practice, and we're looking for the upcoming matches, and we'll deliver. As you know, WSP is known to perform. We will be there. Just a bad day for our team.
Yeah, people do end up having those kind of bad days, and you did honestly have performed time and time again. Maybe just today was not your day, right? And you're not out here. You have more matches up ahead technically when you hit the playoff mark, right? So that's what you have to look forward to. That's what you have to practice for. So, talk to me a bit how the semifinal actually went for you. Like, where do you felt off today in today's series?
I think, as I mentioned, the communication was. I mean, we were giving comms, but I think as all of us, the 5 of us, should work like a well-oiled machine, right? You know, everything should go in sync. I think we lacked somehow, and I think that was the only point, because all of us are known to be good fraggers. We do know our roles. Who's supposed to anchor? Who's supposed to give calls? Who's supposed to entry? All of that. Just that it just did not work out in our favor. And our opponents they did perform well. They did have good picks on us. They did counter our strats. I would say, it's just another day in Siege tournament. You know, sometimes we do lose, and that is what happened today.
Yeah, it does kind of tend to be that way sometimes. Totally understand there. But of course, looking ahead, since Madness mentioned that this is not the end for your run here at the
Yes.
At the Elite Series, looking ahead, what would you say your game plan is for playoffs and, kind of further ahead, getting into a little ideal territory here? Say you make it to the APAC Cup Asia qualifier. What would be your kind of motivating factors and your game plan for that?
Rather, I shouldn't be saying this. I mean, I'm not glad that we lost, but I think it was a good sort of a lesson, sort of a reality check, that, I mean, we do need to practice. We cannot just, let it go and be like, we'll do it at the end, we'll do it when the match comes. So that is something that hit us, and, we will focus more on practicing, getting clear who's going to play what, focusing on, and maybe even getting a few new strats in, because just doing the basics won't help us always. So just in general, more practice, trying out different things, believing in ourselves and believing in our other 5 teammates, like other 4 teammates and all. I think all of that, just a good sort of few practice sessions and comms, and like deciding what a good plan, all of that, just basic stuff. I think if we do that, we're really good, and we will, I think, we could win and, go ahead. So we do believe in ourselves. It's just that we need to put in some more practice at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. So practice, you're going to put in. You even have the substitution of Mojo in a map 3 coming in for you guys,
Right.
In the Cobra.
Yeah, we actually, after the first 2 maps, we felt kind of chopped, especially after the second one, after all the disturbance that was caused, or the break and the momentum shift that happened. So we thought that, getting in Mojo would actually help us. I mean, it was helping us, but again, we did lose. But that the whole point was to change the team, the vibes going on. Getting a new player, a fresh player, is gonna keep the morale high. So, and like giving it a new look. So we tried to do that, but it did not succeed this time.
Yeah, and you know, like right now, Ubisoft is showing love to the community, right? Like, what are your thoughts about how much it's helping the region right now? Because Ubisoft is now putting a more supportive community kind of roles. They're taking initiatives to help it grow. So, what are like your thoughts about this kind of process?
I'm actually really glad because this region, our South Asia region, does not really get the limelight, as compared to other regions. And Ubisoft doing this is really good because there are really good players in this region, and them watching all of these competitions, witnessing all of this will give them a bit of motivations. Maybe there are going to be like more new teams trying to get in, registering themselves. So I think this is a really good move by them to encourage other players who might have not believed that there's ever going to be a tournament for them. So look, I feel that this will help them, and I would want other new good players rather to take a stand, make a team, maybe participate. You never know, you could just really go pro and stuff. So that's a really good positive move by Ubisoft.
Absolutely. I think kind of bouncing off of that question, we did talk about Ubisoft's involvement in our South Asian scene, and we've seen it kind of over the course of the last 5 years grow from what it used to be to what it is now. But,
Right.
compared to where we used to be in terms of local tournaments as well, the South Asia Elite Community Series is definitely kind of a step up from some of the stuff we've had before. So, what would be your perspective of, say, this specific tournament and the opportunities it's given to teams to play in these qualifiers and from there?
I mean, see, considering my own thing, I am really new. This like a few matches. You could say this like sort of a debut series for me, and just apart from like playing on a pro level rather than just playing rank and all, this
Yeah.
is again it's a really beautiful opportunity for us because all the good rank players, what we can do in this region is we just watch all the pro league matches and all, and that is the only way we are connected to them. And in this case we are getting an opportunity to maybe build a team, practice more, and you have a chance to go really pro, T3, T2, T1, all of that. So this is like a connecting bridge, I would say. So it is a really good series, and I'm really glad, again, as I said, that Ubisoft is putting in and trying to host such events for this region.
Absolutely. So once again, thank you for I am Noob for joining us here for this post-match interview segment. And of course, hats off to your team. You've made it really far. And of course, this is not the end. And we'll be seeing you once again during the playoff segment. So you've got time to really practice, gel with the team, and grow from here. It's always going up as it is. So with that said, folks, I do believe we're going to be wrapping up here for tonight's stream as well. Once again, big thank you to I'm Noob for joining us. Big thank you to WontStopPeeking for coming in and giving us a great game to commentate over. And of course, big thanks and shout outs to Blitzkrieg for pushing into the grand finals. With that said, I've been your host, Blackjack. Joining me has been Madness, and of course, everyone in the production side doing their best to keep this as tight and concise as possible. And with that, we'll be signing off for tonight, but we'll be back tomorrow with second semifinal for Qualifier 1. Until then, stay tuned and good night.